All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call to order the May 1st, 2024 Planning Board meeting. If we could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Looks like we've got a relatively big agenda here tonight, so we will get right to it.
So, Mr. Chair, just to note, we have a full house here.
Yes, we do.
All members are present, so-
Yes, we do. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. We're going to start with administrative board work. Do we have approval of the April 10th, 2024 meeting minutes?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Art, second second by Lynn.
I have an amendment to,
Absolutely.
starting on line 267, and I'll follow up
Read that, pass it on.
with the actual verbiage. I'd like to add in J. Penta further discuss the impact of this PUD and its impact on schools, and inquired about the results of a comparison study conducted by the applicant of similar and recent Londonderry properties.
Wonderful. Does anybody have any questions on it? Want to add that to your
So,
motion?
I will add that to my motion.
Fantastic.
We've amended the minutes as presented.
And I'll second that amendment.
Fantastic. So I've got a motion by Art, second by Lynn. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. All opposed? Any abstentions?
One.
One abstention from Chad. We are all set. Regional impact determinations, it doesn't look like we have any. So I'll keep moving on that. And then discussions with town staff. Kelly?
None this evening, Mr. Chair.
John?
Nothing this evening.
Fantastic. I do know that we've got one regional impact letter received from the city of Manchester. It's in the Reed file, if anybody would like to read it. Moving on here. I'm going to get into old business. We're going to start with a public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan for a 96-unit multifamily residential development and associated site improvements in the multifamily residential R3 district, 35 Gilcrest Road, tax map 7, lot 118. Gilcrest Realty Holdings LLC is the owner and applicant, and this has been continued from both March 6th and April 3rd, 2024.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are no outstanding checklist items. Staff recommends that the board vote to accept the application as it is substantially complete and contains sufficient information to invoke the board's jurisdiction and to allow the board to make an informed decision.
Fantastic. I am looking for a motion to accept the application as complete.
Mr. Chair, I will move that the application is complete per staff's recommendation.
A motion by Art, second by Jason, and all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seeing none, we will move forward.
That's a 65-day time.
Yeah, I know, we technically don't have to read that, so I'm not too worried about that. So if the applicant could come up, I'd like you to introduce yourselves so we can get going on this.
Sure. Good evening. My name's Joseph Maynard. My company's name is Benchmark LLC, and I'm here on behalf of Gilcrest Realty Holdings LLC. The managers of Gilcrest Holding are here. We also have our traffic consultant with us, and we can answer any questions when we get to that part of this. So when we look at this piece of property, it's along Gilcrest Road. It's known as Tax Map 7, Lot 118. The lot's 21.2 acres, and it has about 1,457 feet of frontage along Gilcrest Road. Currently, the lot is developed with an old apple orchard that hasn't been maintained since around 2006. The orchard's heavily overgrown with thick vine growth and the apple trees that have filled in throughout that land. Prior to the apple orchard, around 1970, prior to that, the land was some sort of a row crop farmland that was used for that purpose. When we look at this proposal, we're looking to develop this land as 96 townhouses. Each building will have a 2-car garage, parking for a minimum of 2 cars in each driveway. There are also a couple of small additional parking areas that we're proposing as just remote overflow type of things. Small park area is also proposed on the project. It'll include a sports court, an outside play area, and some parking for people that choose to drive to that area instead of walking through one of the paths that we're creating to get to this area. Ultimately, there's 3 roads that we're looking to build to get access into this. 2 of those access roads will have Gilchrist Road curb cuts to get into the property. The 3rd road is a connector between those 2 side streets that will go into this. All of the lots are proposed to be serviced by the municipal sewer, Pennachuck Water, and gas services. When we look at our project in general, ultimately, we'd like to construct this in 3 phases. Phase 1, which is Elise Road, that road is the most northeast one that's on the property, or the one closest to the Home Depot side of this. Elise Road is our primary road, where at the end of that road is a detention pond. That detention pond will ultimately take all of the runoff from all of the phases, and makes sense to build it as part of the first phase so that it can become well established, and therefore when the other phases are built, they just have to connect into that side of things. The sewer pump station that we're looking to construct is also in that phase, so all of the sewer laterals would be run down to that section. The second phase out of this project would be the second road out to Gilchrist. That's at the north side, going about across from the cemetery, or Boston Ave. Also, in addition to that road, when that is being constructed, the outside sports courts and playground area would also be built. The 3rd phase, of the final one, is actually the connector road that goes between the two previous roads, and therefore it just makes sense to build that at the last portion of this. So when we look at our road grades, primarily all of the roads have a grade between 1 3/4 to 5%, so it's a very gentle sloping land. There are some waivers that we're asking for as part of this application. The first one deals with the exemption from phasing. So this is a 96 townhouse project. The land is in the R3 zone. R3 has a limit of 3 multifamily buildings per year. I think that the R3, when they said multifamily buildings, was more of the apartment building type of situation with 16 or 20 units in a building. In this case, they're townhouse style, so ultimately we'll have more than 3 buildings constructed in 1 year. We're looking for a cap of 48, so that would ultimately be a 2-year build-out, even though I think it'll take longer to do that, but my client has asked for 48 units per year as part of this application. When we look at the subdivision regs, we have a waiver to sidewalks. When we were in for preliminary discussions with the board, we spoke about our desire not to have sidewalks within the project. The plan represents that. The second request deals with the driveways. So typical to some of the other projects my client has done in town, instead of doing the 12-foot driveway with the flares at the end, we're looking to do a 22-foot driveway from the garage down to the street. The next one deals with the exhibits of D2 and D3, which is the minimum site distance criteria. So primarily, the internal roads that are within this, we're asking for a waiver to allow 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, which will reduce our sightline requirements for the proposed driveways within the project. The next one is the design speed, so those two kind of go hand in hand. When we look at the site plan regulations, again, site plans have sidewalks, so we're asking for that waiver. We have a waiver for planning board signature blocks. There's a couple of that we weren't able to put it in the recommended location. And the last one that we have deals with the on-site improvements. So primarily, the town has a requirement that says that we have to finish our roads and put the finished pavement down before we can get any certificates of occupancy. So in this case, and in the case of the other projects we've constructed in town, we've asked for this waiver to this requirement to not put the finished coat of pavement down and just do the binder in the initial layout, and that way we can close on units, and then at the very end, once the equipment's done running over the roads, we can put the finished coat down. A bond would be placed in for that purpose. So in general, it's the same plan that's been going through this board for a while now. We went to Heritage Commission, they reviewed our building design. We made some edits and went back to them. They had no issues with the latest plan. I think there was a recommendation given to the board for that. I can answer any questions that you might have about the project.
Joe, did you go through
Yeah.
your waiver for your number of units?
I
Yeah.
did. It was the very first
That was-
waiver
That was
request
the first one. We've
Yeah,
gone
so-
through that.
for 48 units
Yeah.
in a year, so.
Yep. Well, before we go much further, I think I'm going to come to the board, see if we have any input on any of their waivers. As well as, I'll go to staff after. Does anybody have any questions on the waivers themselves?
Or just, number 3 I have is definition of limited. Could that be defined more specifically?
So number 3, the third waiver deals with the site distance requirement. So the site distance requirement as it stands is based on,
No, site distance, the sidewalks.
oh, the sidewalks.
Applicant has requested a waiver from LSR 3.09G to
Yep.
only provide limited sidewalks.
Correct. So when we came in with this in a preliminary situation, we spoke to the fact that we weren't a big fan of constructing the sidewalks within the project. Primarily, what we've encountered is the roads are designed at 28 feet wide. It's pretty much a Londonderry standard. Fire department prefers the 28-foot wide roads. In general, that width allows for people to walk down the side of the road. When we start having projects like these townhouses or the 55 and older developments, when you do a sidewalk, ultimately you end up with a lot of tip downs and back up and tip downs and back up. So it's not a regular flat grade. So our experience has been that most people don't utilize the sidewalk. They walk in the gutter line of the street, which is at a consistent slope with the road. So we had said at our conceptual meeting a year ago that that's what we were going to be requesting. We pulled the board. I know it wasn't a formal situation, but it was our understanding from that it was a good chance we could ask for the waiver. and it
So
would be
you actually
granted.
for no sidewalks.
No sidewalks. So we have one walkway that connects
Looks like
our
it's going to the
street
sports
system
court,
up
yeah.
to the sports court, but that's it's more of a walkway,
Yeah,
not a sidewalk. So.
Anybody got any questions on the waivers?
So just just a follow-up question on the sidewalks. So the roads are granite curbed,
No, Cape Cod berm,
which is
asphalt berm.
asphalt, okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's a closed drainage system, typical of many of the roads in town. Everything is plumbed to the detention pond at the back of the site.
Like to go to staff real quick, see if you have any comments on what we've discussed here.
Are you going to go on to the waivers, Jake? I would suggest again that the applicant present as a traffic analysis.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
at this point, just so that everything's,
Absolutely, absolutely. So with that, they don't see anything on waivers, we can move on a little bit here and start.
And can you confirm that the roads are going to be private roads?
Yes, the roads will be private roads.
Just a second. Could I ask a question of the
Yeah,
applicant?
of course.
What is the name of the development?
Juniper Ridge, I knew
Oh,
that.
okay, because I thought I saw Lincoln
I
Park.
saw
someplace.
it in
Lincoln Park was what they were calling the park area.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Juniper Ridge was the name of the development.
Where did that name come about? I'm just curious, because it's an apple orchard.
Yeah, I know. We toyed with a lot of different names, and that's what was finally settled upon.
Okay,
So,
that's fine.
Yep.
I'm just curious.
So,
I'm all set.
Not a problem. So to John's point, if we could talk a little bit about traffic and
sure.
talk about your study here.
Yeah, so I have Kim Hazavadian, he's our
Sure.
traffic consultant, and Kim can talk
We got two Kims in the room tonight.
a lot more intelligently about this than I can.
so, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just as a little background, so again, when they had come to the board had asked that this project at 35 Gilchrist, and the other one is at 52, kind of join forces and look at the overall traffic out there. So their project was 96 units. The 52 Gilchrist Road is an additional 67 units. So when you run those numbers, again, the preliminary numbers, it exceeds, or again, it falls into the category that they need a full traffic analysis. So within our regulations, it spells out what they need to do. Traffic counts, they meet with staff, determine the intersections that they need to look at. And when we're calling out the intersections they need to look at, obviously, the traffic dilutes, comes out of the development, either going left or going right. So real simplistically, right, 50 is going left, 50 is going right. Get to the next intersection, some are going straight, some are going left, some are going right. So that's kind of how we look at this, just as a background, but it's a little more, it's the Reader's Digest version of what they looked at. Kim, I'll let you take it away. Also, we have Hoyle Tanner, our consultant that did did the review of the full traffic analysis is in the audience as well. So. if
Who's
there's any
that?
Question?
Thank you.
Steve and Jake.
All right, gentlemen.
Good evening. I'm Kim Hazavardian. I'm a traffic engineer with TEP LLC. We worked in coordination with Howard Stein Hudson on the traffic impact and access study. A couple of questions, and this goes to what Mr. Trotter said about trip generation. The traffic study analyzes both projects together and their impacts as one project. Our project, our 96 units, generates 47 vehicle trips in the morning peak hour and 54 during the afternoon peak hour, and that's less than 100. And ordinarily, quite often we do a memorandum as opposed to a full study. But in this case, the two projects were combined. We met with town staff and we set the scope. And there were at least 7 intersections studied, and I'll just quickly buzz through the list. One would be the signalized intersection of Nashua Road and Gilchrist. Then we moved down Gilchrist, and under the existing and no-build conditions, we looked at the Gilchrist intersection with Albany Avenue and Boston Avenue. Under the build conditions, we added the driveway intersections for the two developments. We analyzed the multi-way stop intersection at Kendall Pond Road in Gilchrist. Then we went southwest down South Road and looked at the Kendall Pond Road intersection east of Beaverbrook and the South Road Kendall Pond Road intersection west of Beaverbrook. We looked at the weekday AM and PM peak hours, which is typical for residential development. We analyzed 2024 existing conditions, 2027 no-build conditions without the project, 2027 build conditions with the project's traffic, or with the combined two projects' traffic, 2037 no-build with background traffic growth but without the project's traffic, and 2037 build with the project's traffic. We conducted traffic counts on a weekday between 7 and 9 a.m. and 3 to 6 p.m. And we derived our existing conditions based off of those numbers, adjusted to peak month. We incorporated a background growth rate 1% a year to get us out to 2027 and 2037. And we considered 3 projects in the area as specific background growth projects. The traffic study included capacity analysis of the intersections in the study area, and I'm just going to quickly highlight what's going on there. In traffic engineering parlance, there are basically there are 6 levels of service. They're given letter designations, and level of service A is the highest level of service. Level of service F is the lowest level of service. And those definitions are based on delay per vehicle at the intersections. So level of service A corresponds to the lowest delay, level of service F corresponds to the highest delay. Level of service F is not officially considered failure, is just being over a certain level. For example, at a signalized intersection, I believe that level is 80 seconds. I look at levels of service in terms of low delays, moderate delays, and delayed operations. Low delays would be level of service A and B. Moderate delays, levels of service C and D. And delayed operations, E and F. The capacity analysis results are summarized in the traffic impact study on a series of tables toward the end. And I'm just going to actually go to those for my own reference. Okay, Table 8, Table 9, Table 10, and Table 11 include all of the analysis. And for the most part, we're looking at low levels of service in the study area. I will point out 2 specific locations where we look a little more closely. One would be the signalized intersection of Nashua Road and Gilchrist. And at that intersection, the overall intersection level of service, that's the overall, is level of service D under the various 2027 and 2037 conditions. And just comparing the increase in delay attributable to the two combined projects. For both the AM and PM peak hours, it is within about a 4 to 5 second increase due to the combined projects. So it's not a 10-second increase, it's not a 20-second increase, it's a 4 to 5 second increase in average delay per vehicle approaching the intersection due to the two projects combined. The other location is that I want to talk about is the intersection of Gilchrist South and Kendall Pond. That's the other end of Gilchrist. At that location, we have, in the AM peak hour, low to moderate delays. And let me just actually pull those off myself here.
What was that intersection again, sir?
It's Gilchrist, Kendall Pond, and South.
Thank you.
At that intersection for the AM peak hour, we're looking at low to moderate delays, and that goes all the way out to 2037, I believe. Let me double check that. Yes, it does. I believe the PM peak hour, though, we show a lower level of service situation. The Gilchrist Road southbound approach, and that's a multi-way stop intersection again, shows under the 2027 no-build condition, it shows a, actually for the AM peak hour, low to moderate delays, and for the PM peak hour, we're looking at, under the existing condition in 2024, a level of service F with 66 seconds of delay. Then under the no-build condition, again, this is for the PM peak hour, level of service F with 87.1 seconds of delay. So the delay goes up from 66 to 87 seconds, but that's due to background traffic growth, not the traffic from the projects. And then the 2027 build condition shows level of service F with 91 seconds of delay, 91.1 seconds. So the summary result there is that the combined two projects increased delay a calculated 4 seconds at that on that approach. The other approaches show better levels of service. They either show a level of service C to D or E, but the delays due to the project are small, the increase in delay. Bottom line, that southbound is approach we really want to look at because that's the one where the level of service is the lowest. Now let's look out at 2037 at that same approach. The whole intersection is showing lower levels of service in 2037 than in 2027, obviously, and that's due to 10 more years of background traffic growth. Just focusing in on that Gilchrist Road southbound approach under the no-build condition, that's 2037 PM peak hour without the projects, 144.5 seconds of delay, for 2037 build, that is with the two combined projects added, 149.1 seconds of delay. So we're talking about a 4-second increase in delay. The other movements show lesser increases due to the project. Now, I gave you delays calculated to a decimal point. That is something that I want to stress is not really a practical result. These traffic impact studies involve projections out to 10 years. The traffic volumes vary from day to day. We're looking at a further adjustment to peak month. Other adjustments are built in. And really, you can't expect that much precision. That's when people see that kind of a detail, they shouldn't think that that's really how things are, I would look at traffic studies more in terms of what I described before. Low delays, moderate delays to delayed operations. The bottom line result is, if you combine the two projects together, the impact to overall operations in the study area is limited. 4 seconds to 5 seconds of delay added overall at the Gilchrist Road, Nashua Road signal. And,
That's per vehicle?
average per vehicle, yep.
Average per vehicle?
So if the average vehicle waits 45 seconds now, let's say as an example, the average vehicle will go
They're
up
gonna
to
wait
49 seconds. The same similar increase happens at the other end of Gilchrist, about 4 seconds increase added delay due to the project.
How many additional cars per hour?
The two projects together during the AM peak hour generate a grand total of 79 vehicle trips, 20 in and 59 out. If you break it out into the two separate projects, the one we're looking at tonight, the 96 units, is 47 vehicle trips, 12 in, 35 out. And the project across the street is the 67 units is 32 vehicle trips, 8 in and 24 out. Then for the PM peak hour, the grand total is 101 trips, 59 in and 42 out. The project we're looking at tonight, the 96 units, 54 trips, 32 of those in and 22 of those out. The project across the street, so to speak, the 67 units, 39 trips, 23 trips in and 16 trips out.
You had said something about, you helped me out on it, background traffic.
Right.
What exactly did you say? And can you explain to the board what that is?
Okay, that would be between now and either 2027 or 2037, and we looked at both of them. We're estimating traffic increases regardless of the projects under review tonight. And we used a 1% growth rate that was verified by looking at data around the area. And two projects on Gilchrist, two residential projects going in. I believe we also looked at a bank going in on Gilchrist near Nashua Road.
Board, have any questions so far? Or we keep going?
Yeah, just a quick question. So the existing traffic, did that take into account the new development down at the corner of South and Gilchrist? I don't believe that's occupied yet.
I believe it's Sheffield Estates.
Yes.
Yeah.
Subdivision down there.
So-
I don't believe that's occupied yet. I'm not sure
No.
if there's any that are
Yeah.
occupied, but
Is this traffic
We added
study
trips.
including fully occupied over at the Sheffield Estate subdivision there?
Yes.
Does that help, Lynn?
What did you say your PM peak hours traffic were for the 96 units?
It is 54 vehicle trips, 32 in and 22 out. And let me explain that a little more. It's 96 units, and it's 54 trips. Those 54 trips are the trips happening in 1 hour. There might be other trips on shoulder hours that surround that hour, too.
Okay, so only, your studies indicated there's only 54 of those units coming out in the peak hours in the AM and the PM.
Well, 47 in the AM and 54 in the PM. And the way we derived the trip generation was we use the professional standard method of the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. And that manual includes equations and rates to calculate trip generation based on data collected at actual sites. So it's based on real-world data. And the hour that we calculate is the street peak hour, the busiest hour between 7 and 9 in the morning, and in this case, 3 to 6 in the afternoon. And that's what we base our analysis on. We look at when the roads are busiest, and that's when it is. So there are 96 units, and 47 of the trips from those units would happen during the morning street peak hour, and 54 of the trips from those units, to and from those units, would happen during the PM street peak hour. And then at other times of the day, there'd be other traffic, but the combined total of traffic in the area is less, so we believe capture the critical times.
Yes?
Is the study, are you just looking from Monday through Friday? Can you walk me through how it includes weekend traffic patterns?
We looked at Monday through Friday, and that is standard practice for a residential development because
Even though that residential development abuts commercial,
yes, generally, we would look at,
so the supermarket and the Home Depot that's in that area.
if we were doing a retail project, then we would look at the weekend. For example, on a supermarket, if we were doing a traffic study for a supermarket, that supermarket is going to generate probably at least as much, probably more traffic during the Saturday site peak hour
Yeah.
than during the weekday PM peak hour. So in that case, we look at it. But in this case, the residential development doesn't generate a particularly high amount of traffic during the Saturday peak hour. So usually, analyzing the weekday AM and PM peak hours captures a critical time.
Okay, so just to kind of, I'm not a traffic engineer, so just to kind of level set this and put it in maybe layman's terms, the traffic study did not have impact on any. There was no weekends, weekend traffic patterns was not, in there. So with that though, you have residents, you're building a residential unit that will be using that going in and out of those developments. And I'm just trying to
Right.
conceptualize this from a real world kind of application here. If I'm off base, the chair can
You're all right.
put me on,
Yeah.
put me in order. But you have the residential, you have residents kind of going in and out, of that development at various times during the weekend peak hours to go to the area amenities that may attract those folks to this development. So I'm just trying to kind of understand, and from what I'm gathering, and that's okay, but what I'm gathering, that there's nothing in this report that is going to tell me how weekend traffic patterns are. We're just doing a standard Monday through Friday,
So
peak AM, peak PM hours.
I think what you're asking, Jeff, is what does the traffic look like, given that the, maybe not necessarily for this development itself, but the surrounding areas, in particular, the Hannaford and Home Depots, their busiest days are gonna be a Saturday and a Sunday.
Yeah.
What kind of traffic does this development add to that existing time, I think is what.
Yeah, and it may not add anything, but I just wanted to kind of ask that question.
Yeah, just to see if it does.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys have any input on that?
Yes, I do. If you look at the AM and PM peak hours, the two kind of key numbers I gave was that 4-second increase in delay at either end of Gilchrist, basically, due to the project. I would anticipate that no matter what the traffic is at those intersections on weekends, it might be more, but I'd say it probably isn't, because those are commuter roads too. And I'm conjecturing a little bit here, and I probably shouldn't do that. But the order of magnitude change due to the projects would probably be similar, okay? I don't see the project generating more on that weekday PM peak hour than it would during a weekday AM or PM when commuters and so on are going in and out of the residential sites. So I would not expect there to be any kind of a meaningfully different result looking at the Saturday peak hour. And the Sunday peak hour is definitely going to be less traffic than the Saturday peak hour.
So what is your weekday peak hour taking a left out of the development headed up towards 102?
The volume or the level of service?
Volume.
Okay. Let me go to the correct figure on that. Okay, and you asked about PM, is that right?
Yeah, say your weekday PM, what is your traffic, or, I'm sorry, weekday AM, what's your traffic, leaving the development, taking a left, so headed towards 102?
Okay,
45?
there are 3 access points, and if you combine them all, it's 31 vehicles turning left combined and heading toward Nashua Road.
Okay.
And then for the PM peak hour, it's 11 plus 3 is 14, plus 9 is 23.
23, okay, so the big number there is 31. We can say after they turn left, there's 3 places they're going. They're either going right to Hannaford's, they're going up to 102, or they're taking a left into Home Depot. So, if we were conservative, we could say 31 cars, it's 31 divided by 3. I went to Londonderry High School, so I couldn't tell you.
We routed them all the way up to the signal. We
Yep.
didn't peel any of them off to go to Hannaford or Home
Yep.
Depot.
So that's what I'm asking you. Let's make an assumption that 1/3 of them is gonna turn left into Home Depot, 1/3 of them is gonna go to Gilchrist, and 1/3 of them is gonna go to Hannaford. What is that number? So 31,
So, yeah, if we,
10 and point something cars, right?
Yep.
if
10
we,
vehicles per
10 and a
peak
third.
in the hour.
Yeah.
So, just to get an idea that there's a potential of 10 vehicles that may go left into Home Depot, may go right into Hannaford's, that have come out of this development in your peak hour. 10, I think, is a pretty safe number. No?
It would
And
be a-
that's assuming that everything's split in thirds.
it would be of that order of magnitude, you know, we're not talking 3 digits, we're talking 2 digits or so.
Yeah, yep, okay.
Two quick questions. Correct me if I'm wrong, John, you mentioned in the traffic study, it's assumed 50% go left, 50% go right. Was that?
Well, again, if that was a two-way intersection, so like Kim is saying, you know, like, as they take a left out of the site, they get to Gilchrist and Nashua Road,
Okay.
there's a percentage that will go left, percentage will go to right, so,
Okay.
right?
So this doesn't assume that 50% of the people leaving this development are gonna go right down towards Kendall Pond? right?
Correct,
Okay, all
correct.
right.
So that's why I gave you the Reader's Digest version. So,
Okay, all right.
just to understand that, how they do it.
Awesome, thank you. Other question is, I notice on slide 33, you mentioned there's 30 vehicle trips daily for Lincoln Park. Is that a public facility?
No, it's just private within the development. It's for the residents, so.
So that's 30 separate individual trips to go to Lincoln Park?
I
Where
don't think
is
they're,
it?
so the park area, you know how they analyze the driveway? How many trips were in and out of that
Okay,
driveway?
4 trips out, this is for the PM peak hour, 4 trips out and 4 trips in. But that's kind of conservative and almost double counting. We analyze that as almost freestanding usage, and really, those trips might end up being largely walking trips back and forth to the development, too.
Okay.
You're making, so the assumption is that somebody's leaving their house, driving from their house, taking a right off of whatever street that is and pulling right into Lincoln Park,
Correct,
as opposed to, I'm just gonna go walk over to the park.
Yep.
correct.
So it's not new traffic coming into the area, it's existing traffic from the development.
From the development.
Staying in the development, but nonetheless, it's coming out onto a public road and turning
Correct.
back in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I actually believe we treated it as new traffic coming into the area,
Mhm.
which is conservative.
When in reality, it's not.
Right.
Okay. Before I go to the board here, does anybody have any questions?
I got a question, well, it's more elaboration. This is in regards to comment 24 from our consultant, which is on page 10 of the response to comments. And comment 24 from our consultant reads, in regard to the conclusion and recommendations on page 44, while it is agreed that the increase in trips on any approach is less than 100 trips, that does not mean the added volume will not have a noticeable impact. As previously noted in comments 18 and 19 above, there are noticeable degradations directly caused by the adding of the project-generated traffic volumes. Given the degradation in these operations contributed by the proposed development, the applicant should develop recommended mitigations, including a discussion of the applicant's fair contribution toward funding the mitigation per Londonderry zoning site plan regulations 3.14.d.10. Additionally, the applicant should indicate with the, coordinate with the New Hampshire Department of Transportation to receive their feedback on the impacts to the Nashua Road, Gilchrist Road intersection operation. So I'm just looking for an elaboration and details on that.
Okay, well, what we did in the traffic study was we came up with some overall conceptual ideas of improvements that could be made in the area, but we don't believe the improvements are mitigation for the project. These would be general improvement concepts regardless of the project. For example, at the intersection of Gilchrist, Kendall Pond, and South, the possibility of a second southbound lane on Gilchrist coming to the multi-way stop. The two combined projects adds 4 seconds of delay, so adding a whole lane might not be considered a necessary mitigation. It's not a 10 or 20-second increase in delay. So that's one concept. Then at the intersection of Nashua Road and Gilchrist, the possibility of enhancing the turn lanes to provide more queue storage, the possibility of signal timing refinements, which probably need to happen over time anyway as traffic volumes fluctuate. That's what we're talking about.
Could you furnish a little more detail, please?
Sure. For example, at the signalized intersection, some of the Q links in the analysis, and some of that's without the projects, fill the length of the turn lanes. That's something that that could be looked at more by the town, for example. It's something that there's kind of a long-term measure that could be taken. It's something the town might wish to consider. The impacts of the project overall, 4 seconds of delay added to the intersection, to me, as a traffic engineer, wouldn't make it, it wouldn't be like, for example, putting in a Home Depot where you have 4 lanes on the main road and you're adding a driveway and you need to put in a double turn lane to get into the site. We're not talking that kind of traffic.
Yeah, I think we're interested in what you're contributing to the, in addition to what's already there.
The percent of an increase of what we're adding to that intersection is what you're,
The, specific number and also a percentage too.
Okay, I can give you the
Percentages are
specific
not
number.
always the best indicator.
Okay, I can give you the specific number just by looking at the right figure in the impact study. I'm going to go to figures 9 and 10. If you look at figure 9, we see the added traffic at the Gilchrist Road, Nashua Road intersection. And as an example, going northbound on Gilchrist, the two projects combined had 26 left turns, 6 through movements, and 26 right turns. And Nashua Road headed southwest, left turn into Gilchrist toward the site, 9 vehicles. Straight across Gilchrist Road, from north to south, 2 vehicles. Right turn from Nashua Road eastbound to Gilchrist Road, 7 vehicles. So that's the morning increase. And again, we didn't peel any of the traffic off and have it go toward Home Depot or Hannaford. We routed all the traffic all the way up through the intersection. Figure 10 shows the numbers for the PM peak hour. The left turn is 15 vehicles coming out of Gilchrist, 4 added through movements coming out of Gilchrist, 19 added right turns coming out of Gilchrist. Then left turns from Nashua Road into Gilchrist toward the site, 26. Right turns from Nashua Road northbound or eastbound headed into Gilchrist toward the south, 21. and movements straight across Gilcrest, 6. And I did a calculation earlier today about how many vehicles are at the Gilcrest National Road intersection, I believe under the no-build condition, and I think the number I was getting was something like 4,000. So in percentage, I don't have a calculated percentage, but it's a pretty small one.
Yes, I would agree with that. And also, have you talked with the DOT?
No, we've not talked to the DOT about that. Usually, we reserve that till later in the process, and Mr. Trotter traditionally has been involved with those discussions.
Yes, because the state wants to know what you're doing to their highway, so you don't want to make them angry.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Can we back up when you first started talking after he had asked his question? You were talking about improvements. You almost made it sound like the improvements would be recommended irregardless of the development.
Well,
is that what I got out of you?
I'm not
on that?
even. I wouldn't even say I'm recommending them. I'm putting them out there. These are possibilities.
Okay.
And I believe they would be. They're all things that you might want to look at regardless. For example, at the Gilcrest Kendall Pond South Road intersection, the delays during the PM peak hour without the project are already in delayed operations range. And at the Signal Nashua Road in Gilcrest, really overall delays don't change much due to the project, and as a highway system gets used over the years, it should get looked at and re-looked at over time. The DOT should and probably does re-look at the signal timing and see if they need to tweak some numbers in the controller. And if there need to be projects to provide major new infrastructure, that would obviously be something the town probably wouldn't even do at an intersection like that. It would end up being either a DOT project, or if there's some major development going in town, that might contribute to it or provide the work. Or if there are a number of smaller projects, there might be an impact sharing system where the funds are pooled and the money goes towards some plan to upgrade the area to accommodate those little gradual increases in traffic that happen over time.
I was going to say, you came up, so you look like you have something to say.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Kevin Smith, 6 King Philip Drive, and working as a consultant on this project with the Massettis. And I wanted to just expound upon a little bit of what Kim has offered and go back to your question, Art, as well. So in looking at and kind of summarizing what we've been talking about with the traffic, as it was explained, there was a traffic scoping meeting that took place with town staff and with the potential developers for the development across the street and with this development as well. Out of that came the result of looking at all of these intersections. That traffic analysis and study was done. We were then provided comments from the town's traffic engineer on that. We then responded to comments. Those comments were then responded to, and that's where we are this evening. And if I could maybe offer a suggestion to kind of bring this to a resolution so that we're not just on a merry-go-round of perpetual traffic studies, but something that everyone could be happy with. I think there's kind of 2 issues going on right now. One, you have just the traffic impact from this particular development, which is shown to be rather minimal on all of these intersections. But you do have the existing conditions of some of these intersections as well that over time may need improvement by the town. And the town's traffic engineer had asked us to make some suggestions, which we made independent of this particular development, but things the town could look at perhaps in the future of doing to try to improve certain intersections. The last round of these comments then asked the developer to further game out those improvements, if you will, and show what the impact would be if those improvements were actually made. We kind of feel that's beyond the jurisdiction of this development to do that, that's something the town ought to be taking on. That being said, in speaking with the Massettis, I know that they are open to, as a condition of approval, to making a financial contribution towards a future study or actual improvement by the town to any one of these intersections. But I think it's probably, that's something that's probably best led by the town to do, not the developer, whose actual impacts for this development are pretty minimal on this. So I would just offer that to the board.
John or Kelly, do you have any comment on that?
I think there's too many unknowns right now, Jake, as far as the discrepancies in the analysis. You know, the one thing that Kim kind of kept harping on was the delay. He didn't get into the volume, the capacity ratios, didn't get into any of the queue lengths or anything like that. There's still some concerns, and you all see the comments from our third-party consultant. You know, the report right now is not final, in my opinion.
Okay, so it's still a work
So
in
it's hard,
progress.
it's still a work in progress. So we shouldn't be doing any horse trading now, not knowing what, and again, and I disagree that with Mr. Smith, that, you know, when you do you look at the improvements, well, what, those improvements, how will that improve the corridor? And that, as you can see, that comment number 7 from Hoyle Tanner indicates that, and that is per our regulations. The applicant should perform analysis of the potential modifications for the regs to aid the town in understanding the potential improvements to operations associated with modifications. So again, a lot of it is you know, the understanding how it's gonna improve those intersections.
John, I'm sorry, you said comment 7 on
The traffic,
the traffic study itself.
correct.
This looks like it's related to crashes,
Can be.
unless I'm looking at the wrong.
3 reports 20 crashes attributed to
Yeah,
Mansfield Road,
that's our
Gilchrist Road.
comment 7.
I think he's talking about the letter that's dated today, the very last page of it.
Okay.
Comment number 7.
Correct.
Okay.
And as you can see in that comment letter, there's a number of repeated comments that haven't been addressed
Can you go over that a little bit?
in terms of,
You're saying repeated, what is a repeated comment that hasn't been addressed here?
so again.
Okay, am I looking at, hold on.
Yeah,
I've got it up for you, Mr. Chair.
This is today's memorandum?
correct.
Okay. So you're saying repeat comment from 4.3, previous comment number
Page
6A.
11, it's the last page.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah,
there's
please.
a total of 12 comments on the traffic letter that you're referring to. If you're asking how many repeat comments of those 12, the answer is 10.
Okay. So I guess walk me through that. What does, Kim, do you have response to, if they're saying 10 of the 12 comments are repeats, do you have response to those? Walk me through, did you not give an answer? Did you not give a response? Or is it
No,
not sufficient?
I got these comments, this latest memorandum at 4 o'clock today, and there's a lot of detail in it, which I haven't been able to digest and compare. I guess what I'd say is, from the standpoint of what a traffic impact study in general is supposed to do, look at the overall impacts. The impact study has done it.
I understand that. I realize you've received this one tonight. But work with me here. You know, these say
we
repeat comment from 4.3, so were they not answered from the 4.3 memo?
No,
Or,
well, the intent was to answer them.
Okay.
And we answered them to what we believe the best of our abilities at the time. And again, I haven't had a chance to digest this and see exactly what needs to be readdressed.
Sounds like this is really too premature.
Yeah. Can you go back, Kevin, to just work through that again a little bit? You discussed what exactly the developer was looking to do and what the reasoning behind it was.
Well, for instance, one of these comments that says it's a repeat if you scroll down, it's probably one of the last comments on there. It talks about the suggestions that were made at the intersections of Gilchrist Road and Nashua Road in terms of signalization. It also talks about the potential of a turning lane at the intersection of South Road and Gilchrist Road. I don't know which.
Yeah, can you give me a comment number by chance?
Do you have
Just
which
so I can
comment
read
number
it.
that is, Kim? I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I will, I'd ask Will Tanner
Yeah.
to come up and
I'm gonna,
explain.
give me a second, guys. I'll have you come up in a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you let me know what number he's trying to refer to? I'm trying to orientate myself to what's on the page here.
Okay. Repeat the one you mentioned?
The suggestions that were made by you, Kim, in terms of potential things the town could do to improve the intersections at Gilchrist Road and South Road, Gilchrist Road and Nashua Road. And I believe the response back from the third-party engineer was they wanted to see that modeled. They wanted to see those improvements.
Number 7.
Doesn't
Okay.
specifically talk about the,
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Comment 7, if I might just quickly read it verbatim.
Correct.
The applicant has briefly listed a few potential modifications that Londonderry may consider for improving intersection operations, but the modifications have not been included in the capacity analysis. The applicant should perform analysis on the potential modifications per LSPR 314D10 to aid the town in understanding the potential improvement to operations associated with the modifications. The applicant should also expand on the magnitude of the improvements, i.e. length of turn lane extensions or new lanes, et cetera.
And so the point I was getting at is that this is further analysis that we believe is beyond the scope of what we've already shown, the trips that are being generated from this development, that this would be warranted. And rather, what we're saying is this is really something that the town should be taking on, similar to what it's done with Pettingill Road, as doing an overall review of these particular intersections as to what it wants to do to potentially make improvements to them in the future. Massetti would be willing to make a financial contribution toward that future effort, but we believe that continuing these analyses are beyond the scope of what this requires at this point,
The project itself.
given the minimal
I disagree.
impact.
It's right in our regulations.
Can you refer to what exactly the regulation is that
Yeah,
makes your
mitigation.
disagreement? if
Any
you could?
mitigating measures proposed shall be described in detail and included in the analysis. It is imperative that the applicants identify improvements to the intersections, even if they don't find them fully transportation demand management, TDM, non-vehicular transportation, and mass transit should be strongly considered as mitigating strategies. So it says it right in our regulations.
So, let me take a crack at it.
Yeah.
So the regulations that you just read from are assuming, I think, that the data shows that it's necessary. Are you saying that the data is showing that it's not necessary to make improvements? And so what he just read is moot because you're not there, the threshold wasn't met for you to have to be able to do that. Am I close?
I'm going to try to piece this together the best I can. There's something else in the regulations that talks about a 10 or 20-second increase in delay, and at that particular location, the end of Gilchrist, I think the delay goes up by 4 to 5 seconds.
Right.
So to me, it's not, mitigation of the projects combined isn't triggered. It's a low level of service, F, but that's with or without the project. And when we put the concept out there of what about a second lane coming out of Gilcrest, it was not as project mitigation, but as a concept.
Right, so for those of you out there and on TV, this is the regulations, okay? This is it. So I was trying to find something to latch onto because traffic is a question of perception and tolerance. Agreed, okay? So a person's perception coming here from Winthrop, Massachusetts says, wow, no traffic up here, this is wonderful. Somebody coming from Albany, New Hampshire comes down here and says, oh my gosh, this is horrible, I can't tolerate this. But to your point, and you just mentioned it, on page 49 of the site plan regulations, E, which is what you just read from, standards, if not more severely limited under other provisions of other laws or regulations, the absolute increase in calculated intersection delay under build, in quotes, conditions, shall be no more than 10 to 20 seconds. Is what you're saying that you haven't met that threshold?
Yes.
Which means what the town engineer just read from is moot because you haven't met that threshold to trigger what he just read.
I wouldn't use the word moot. I'd say that we don't meet the threshold.
Okay, so now number two, under C, standards, page 49 of that section of this monstrosity. Average daily traffic volume shall not be increased by more than 1/3 above the no build, in quotes again, level on any street. So now I think it would be appropriate at this time for somebody to tell me and the rest of the board, people watching on TV and the people in the room, what is quote unquote no build and what is quote unquote build.
No build is the future traffic volume in 2027 or 2037, we looked at both, with background traffic growth factored in, but without the development's traffic added on.
So no build is data when the project, it wasn't built. 10 years later, this is what it's going to look like if it wasn't built.
That's correct.
The build data, we built it, here's what it's going to look at in 2027. Now compare the two.
Correct.
If you want. Okay? So my question to staff is, how do I, as a board member, come up with a line in the sand for traffic to be able to decide what is acceptable or not, what is tolerable or not, what is perceived or not? I don't know how to do that. I don't know what to do.
And that's why we're having a hard time too, Tony. That's why there's 4 pages of traffic comments.
Got
That's
it.
why we're recommending a
Okay.
continuance.
So I'm not alone. I feel better.
Yeah,
That's good. But
yeah.
But then how do we, Mr. Chair, then as a board, say, well, and I'm gonna go to extremes, I'm not saying anybody's gonna do this, I'm just, for example, in the worst case scenario, maybe a different project altogether, we say as a board, now, you know what, we think there's gonna be too much traffic, so you can't build it. What do we have, what do we have to base that on? How do we come up with that conclusion? Recognizing the fact that the data is the data, but the data is, in layman's terms, hard science and math based on assumptions, which some people would call guesstimates.
So, if I may, so that you're not getting into build it or not, you're getting into what improvements need to be made to do this.
That helps.
And that's what we need to continue to discuss.
That helps. Thank you. So, you know, when I came here in 1978, I could go from Mammoth Road on 102 and get on to 93 South in about 1.7 seconds. Now it's about 15 minutes.
Must have had a Porsche then, too.
No one knows that. Police chief's right there. Don't tell him what color it is either. So,
It's got two.
the perception, my perception is, wow, there's a lot more traffic than there was in 1978, right? How is that Londonderry's problem? Well, it's Londonderry's problem. A lot of it's coming from Hudson, because they're coming onto 93. There's nothing we can do about that. But what is the tolerance? My perception is there's a lot more traffic, but my tolerance, believe it or not, is also better than it was. People that know me would say maybe not, but my tolerance is better than it used to be, right? And so maybe it isn't that much of a problem. Maybe having all those services are worth it. So, to Kelly's point, that's very helpful for me as one board member to understand that we're not in a situation where we're accepting or refusing. We're in a situation where we're trying to figure out what can be done to mitigate, and who's going to be responsible for that. Good?
Yep.
Thank you for the time.
Who's adding what? No,
Thank
So,
you.
could I just have you got HTA come up now? Kevin, if you could just step down so they can sit over there.
And just, Mr. Chair, so you're aware, all of the comments from the last round of comments from HTA were responded to, where you see repeat comments. HTA's impression was that they weren't responded to sufficiently, we can agree to disagree on that between the two traffic engineers, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear as to why it says repeat comment, that they were responded to.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would agree with Kevin's comment. They were all responded to, and it's just a disagreement on whether it was enough.
Sure.
So just for the boards, Stephen Haas, traffic engineer with Hoyle Tanner Associates.
Great. If you could just kind of go through a little bit of what has just been talked about here, what HTA is recommending, I'd appreciate that. And if you could, just speak a little louder into the mic.
Okay. So ultimately, I would agree with Kim that the development itself does create a small amount of traffic generation compared to the background roads, especially on 102.
So the traffic that is already there, it creates a small amount compared to the traffic that's already
Correct. What our comments, the largest part of our comments were aimed at was just fleshing out some of the existing conditions a little better so the town is aware. The southbound movement from Gilcrest to Kendall Pond, as Kim mentioned, the westbound turns onto Gilcrest from 102, and I believe the northbound left from Gilcrest onto 102 heading west were our biggest concerns. Those movements are already at level of service F, as Kim went through. What he didn't mention was they're also either close to or over a volume to capacity ratio of 1.0. Volume to capacity ratio is the capacity is how much traffic can get by a certain point on a roadway in a certain period of time, and then the volume being how much volume is going through that. And if that gets above 1, essentially you're out of capacity, and then you start to have queues build if that volume of traffic continues at that level. So
Is the volume of traffic in the study hitting that 1?
yes, in some cases it is. Some cases it's very close. There are a few where it's just below that 1, and the project is bumping it over that. There are some where it's already at 1, and it's exceeding beyond that. And I should say this is for individual movements at an intersection. It's not the intersection as a whole, as Kim has already highlighted. So the goal of our comments was really just to show that, so the town is aware, yes, you have some of these movements, lefts, rights, whatever they are, they already have issues. Everyone's aware, and then do the analysis, come up with what potential improvements may be, and as the regs state, it's not necessarily whether you're funding them, it's what does the improvement need to be. And from my perspective, they do the analysis, they say, okay, we need we need to add another lane here, or we need to, or another turn lane, or we need to extend a turn lane by 100 feet, whatever the number is.
So help me on the regulation here, if I'm understanding what Tony was just saying. We're saying there's gonna be a 4-second delay. The regulation is saying, in order to look at these improvements or recommend these improvements, there should be a 10 to 20-second delay. So the development itself at a 4-second delay is less than half of what is required for this, this to kick in, that they should do this study to see what those potential improvements are. Am I correct in saying that?
So that does appear to be how the regs are written, that it's intersection delay of 10 to 20 seconds or more. So I would agree. What we are pointing out is individual movements where you do have delays that are increasing by 30 to 60 seconds in some cases, but it is just the individual left or right turns, not the intersection as a whole. So that's correct. How the board may interpret what needs to be done based on that, is in your hands.
Does the board have anything on that? Does the board have any questions to it? I guess for me, I'm seeing a little bit of a gap here between, I understand what we're asking for, but I don't know that they're necessarily, I guess I'm not understanding how they're meeting the criteria of 10 to 20 seconds. That is, what is the required criteria to do this study when they're only at 4 seconds? I'm trying to figure out what that mechanism is that says, yes, this development should perform this study.
If I'm gathering what you guys are saying is correct, you're saying that it's a 4-second delay intersection wide, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying it's a 10-second delay plus for individual actions inside of that
For a few of them,
intersection.
yes.
Right. So if you want to turn, so traffic coming out of this place, overall impact is 4 seconds. But if I'm sitting in my car and I want to turn left, it could cost me another, how long were you saying?
30 seconds in some
30
cases.
seconds,
Yeah.
okay. Right. So it's a macro versus a micro level.
Well, and so then you could say that the standard, the regulation, isn't specific enough because it was allowed to be, it was interpreted as I can split it up into right, left, straight ahead, where the reg says intersection.
Correct, so.
So
not on a-
intersection,
Which
You're looking
intersection
at a
to me
whole
is,
level, not a
intersection to me
singular
is
level.
combined.
Yeah.
The intersection combined, if it's under 10, then it's under 10.
I know if I'm sitting in my car for an extra 30 seconds, I'm thinking, I'm really glad this is only impacting 4 seconds.
And let me just add, we didn't interpret it that it could be split up. We agree that it says intersection as a whole. We just felt that it was important that this be put on the table, that these individual movements are.
My point was that it was written and left to be interpreted
As
by
an
however someone wants to interpret it. That's my comment.
There's openings there.
So really, the elephant in the room really is who's going to pay for it. That's really where we're at. So
And
there
if I
appears
could
to be
just- sorry.
there appears to be a need for some mitigation, maybe, and we're at the point of, well, okay, who's going to pay for it?
And if I could just finish what I was saying earlier, my thought is if you do the analysis, you know what the mitigation needs to be, you have a better idea what that may cost. It's easier to say who's got to pay what or what a portion of that might be, so.
Yeah, because it's existing traffic and it's traffic that they're adding, so.
And we're only talking, we can't do anything on 102, right? So this is strictly Gilchrist Road that
Yeah.
offers any kind of mitigation.
Yep. Coming back to when Kevin was on, they were discussing, and help walk me through this again, they were discussing paying a portion of the study, or putting money into the study, but not completing the study? Is that what I was understanding, what you were saying? That you'd be willing to, the developer would be willing to, walk me, it feel like it was an hour ago now. Walk me through what you had first said when you were, came up here.
kind of just in simplistic terms, we're basically talking about the town, the additional studies we're talking about going through, rather than putting that on the onus of the developer to do those additional things that we're discussing right now that are in these comments letter, is saying, no, this is where the developer's work ends. This stuff is on the town to see what may be needed for future improvements, not necessarily is needed today, but what could be needed. But as a part of that, the developer is willing to pay a proportional contribution towards whatever that is, whether it's towards a study, towards whatever the improvement is, but not continuing to go through this exercise of doing more and more studies for something that we don't believe, or that we've demonstrated we're not, we're contributing a minimal impact to it,
This goes
and
back-
not meeting the
this goes back to the
threshold.
4 seconds, not the 10 to 20
Correct.
seconds. So my question for the board would be is, how does the board feel about that?
I have a question. We're talking about maybe improvements at the Gilchrist and Nashua Road intersection. The state of New Hampshire owns Nashua Road, so they'd have to be involved. What's the chance of them revisiting that after they just, enlarged that intersection, the whole section of town on 102 because of Woodmont? And so you think they'd be interested in even considering that now? So,
One of the mitigation measures might be retiming the signal.
okay,
It's been done at, I know on 28, retiming of the signalization. I mean, the DOT is involved, New Hampshire DOT is involved with that.
okay.
Jeff?
For me, this is just me as a one board member speaking. I think there's a lot of unknowns that I would feel more comfortable if the town and the developer kind of just have one more powwow, one more kind of continuance, and, I'm leaning towards continuing this application. But I think I would really feel comfortable if there was, you respond to these comments, I think you have a good assessment of where this board is kind of, thinking, and maybe come back to us with, a remedy that would kind of serve that. 'Cause I feel if we continue talking, we're gonna continue to kind of go down rabbit holes that we really can't solve right now.
I think we're starting to go in a
Haven't even
circle
gone to
anyway,
public yet.
so it's,
So I would make a motion to,
Yeah.
to drive this to a continuance. However, we do have members of the public that I'd like to kind of
Before we do
also
that, we still have a bit to get through.
respond.
Yeah, and before the public comes up, I think it's important to understand that some of us on the board, I would include myself as some of us, understand that there's a lot of traffic. My perception is that there's a lot of traffic. I think that's a given. We know that. The question is, what do we do from here? So, as one person, I think one mitigation method would be to try and get the car dealership to stop offloading cars in a travel lane in the middle of the street.
yes.
3 or 4
Kind of a code enforcement thing. no?
three or four times a week. Because
week it was
I know the traffic study was done on a 4-lane road, but it's really only 3 because one is taken up by a tractor trailer that stops in the middle of a lane and unloads cars for however long it takes to unload a tractor trailer full of cars. So
Remember on the site plan for the Ford dealership,
I remember like it was yesterday, and the question was asked, are you gonna stop unloading cars on the road? And the answer was yes, we don't need to do that anymore because of all these improvements we've made to our site.
Yeah,
You and I were at the same meeting, Art. I remember like it was yesterday.
something I remember, and I remember.
And yesterday, there was a tractor trailer.
So, before we go any further, this is a public hearing. I do want to open it up to the public. Like all public hearing, public comment is accepted and welcomed. So, if I could have you sit down, just so members of the public can come to that, I'll open it up to the public.
Mr. Chair, I have a letter from Deb Levens, citizen of Londonderry. I'd like to read it.
She's
into the
here.
record.
She's here.
Lynn Deb is here.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect.
Sure. I can stand.
People like to stand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If you could just state your name and
Oh,
address.
I was
please.
about to.
Yeah.
Deborah Levens. I am very recently moved into 25 Morrison. Before that, on Gilchrist Road. I'm also a member of the Conservation Commission, so as such, I recuse myself during the discussions of this property. I'm on a totally different tack. We heard them. They came in, and there was some talk of fencing on the property, and I personally am concerned. I don't speak exactly for the Conservation Commission, but our philosophy is pretty clear. We like to try to get as many open, connected spaces, and to have fencing come in, it's of concern. I do not even know why it's there, but if the planning board feels it needs to be there, I have a suggestion. We did discuss at a meeting 6 weeks ago, the DEA facility in
Excuse me, folks. Ray, if you guys have to talk, can you please go in the hallway? You know, just please. Thank you.
The DEA facility in North Londonderry has fencing required. They need a lot of security. I'm not sure what the security around this building is all about. But we talked to them, and they agreed to put raised fencing in, so that at least the small critters could get through and perhaps not get caught up on the fencing. And I don't know what, I was in town hall, and it said chain link in some places on the plan, and then something else, which Mike and I were having a hard time deciphering. But I would like to suggest that if this does happen that way, that the developers consider that kind of more open fencing on the point for the conservation. That's it. Thank you very much.
Sir? If you could just state your name and address, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Dominy from 29 Tokenell Drive. Actually, I have two questions. One is, what will be the connection long-term to Ross Drive? And then the other one would be, can we require a sidewalk along Gilchrest? This would actually be on the side of the development where there are 67 units that connects from the Hannaford sidewalk down to, I think it's Albany Road.
Albany is the first one.
And then there's already a sidewalk, like in front of the cemetery, down to Charleston. So those two questions, Ross Drive and then the sidewalk on Gilchrest. Thank you. Because I walk along there, and there's a lot of traffic, and there's really, it's really kind of dangerous on Gilchrest Road.
You're my hero if you walk on that road and get away with it. But you're a lot bigger than me. They're going to see you.
Still have all my bones, yeah. Thank you.
Could somebody answer the Ross Drive question real quick?
Sure, I'll answer it. There's no connection to Ross Drive, nothing planned.
There's no
None.
planned
We don't
connection
even
to
abut it in any fashion.
Okay.
There's another piece of land between us and Ross Drive.
Okay, because there is a connection to Ross Drive right now with like gravel and whatnot. I assumed it had to do with this development.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. Okay.
Thank you. Yep. On the sidewalk, I think you're on the other side of the road, so that would be more, I don't know that that would pertain to this development, sir. Thank you.
The 52
Yep.
Gilchrist.
Scott Booz, 29 Gilchrest. I live right smack dab in the middle of where he says he walks. Well, for over 10 years, I have a Siberian Husky. In the last 2 years, 5 days a week, once a day, twice on the weekends, take my life in my hands trying to cross that road because my dog wants to go walk in the cemetery. Traffic has become obnoxious. Every morning I leave, I either get flipped off or almost hit. After waiting, I drive a company truck. I do not do things obnoxiously. But yet every morning, it's detrimental trying to get out of Ross because I'm right on the corner. No one mentioned Ross in their study. That's the most dangerous intersection there. 102 has lights. It's all regulated. Everybody stops. People are speeding there. 100 yards up from my house, the speed limit says 25 miles an hour. I see 60 regularly. And I'm serious. I
Help
run
me out.
across 'cause my dog wants to run.
Help me out real quick. Ross Drive is your further north on the
We're just south of the
west
apple
side,
orchard
your
where they
fourth-
want to build.
Okay, so
Just
it goes
south.
Ross Drive, then Tokenol down the hill,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's a nasty place. It's very dangerous. People coming up, people coming down, they're flying. I got flipped off this morning. Every day coming out of there. Because once you start going, you're out there. It's not an easy place. Very dangerous. I don't see how that's not going to impact anything further than it already is. The perception and the tolerance is already gone. 20 years I've lived in that house. Nobody has any anymore. It's going to get worse. That's not, and I just had something stolen off of my truck for the first time in 20 years the other night. Somebody must have needed a piece of my mirror more than I did. It's not going to get any better. Sorry.
Sir.
I just want to say my piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Maureen Mansfield, 10 Ross Drive. I was kind of concerned with all this talk that Ross Drive was not mentioned as well. Getting, like Scott says, you can't take a left out of Ross Drive. In those mornings and at night, you can't take a left. You are taking your life in your hands. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. That's when we heard about this, I said, where are they going to put these cars? That they talk about 57 or 42 or whatever, but at 96 units, if I round that up to 100, that's 200 cars if each family has 2 cars. The numbers just don't make sense for the amount of traffic that's going to be added to that area. The other thing is, she talked about the gravel road. That, I believe, is where they put those pumps in, the wells, to check the water on Ross Drive. That we're the only place that's left in this whole area that doesn't get town water. But we have talks with the EPA and another law firm, and they keep saying something's going to happen, something's going to happen. Now here they're going to put all this right behind us. How's that going to affect our water again?
Are these wells related to the development? Anybody?
No, they're the
Tinkham.
EPA wells.
Yes, they're Tinkham.
The Tinkham
Because of the
cleanup
Tinkham.
sites.
Okay, thank you.
But how close are they getting to those wells? It looks like they're going to be right there. There's the gravel road, the wells are down there. There's actually a well on my property. So, I mean, how is it going to affect all of this? Going to affect our drinking water again? I mean, we have second wind. I must have paid $10,000 in water systems over the years. After Home Depot, the same thing. We heard the same thing, so it's just, I had to say my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Yes, sir.
Francis Dolan, I live on Ross Drive too. How close to the Superfund site does this get? Because it's slowly been leaking towards Ross Drive. Now, is their development going to mitigate that and force more over towards us? And during the development, how will it affect our wells? They have water coming in, great, but they have to dig or blast. When Home Depot came in, they destroyed my water filtration system. I can't afford to keep spending all this money on water filtration systems. And the traffic, yeah, the traffic's crazy, getting worse. Can't leave my street without taking my life in my hands. And in winter, it's even worse. They just come sliding right on by. And there's three roads coming out of this development, or 2?
Three.
Technically three, with Lincoln Park, which is their, I don't know what you want to call it, recreation area.
Recreational amenity.
Is that specific for the development, or
Yes, yes. So there's technically three.
3 roads, and that's
Yeah.
just, so much per road? Great, that's 3 separate more roads I have to try to pass. Something's got to be done. You guys are developing like crazy off of Gilchrist. Something's got to be done. I don't know how to fix this. I'm spending a lot of money on property taxes. They keep going up. You're building like crazy. I'm not seeing a result. I just see the increase. And are these going to be families or just older people, or what's the deal?
I believe these are just market townhomes, correct? So you, me,
So,
anybody in the room would
Impact schools and everything else?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Jake, I
Hold on one
just,
second.
after the public.
Yeah. Anyone else from the public?
Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. I've heard all this, and what's really important here is the impact on the citizens of Londonderry. And safety is key. We're talking about traffic that is already bad, that this, even though we say it's going to have minimal impact, which somebody did a study on, they're the experts, but all of this has an impact on the citizens of Londonderry, which we are dealing with. We're talking about mitigation, which ultimately is probably going to fall on the town to do improvement, which is going to cost more money for the town. As far as the state is concerned, you go to the state, and the state's going to tell you, if you want to approve all of this development, that's your responsibility to take care of it. So probably the state ain't going to pay for it. So I just want to say that we need to be careful with what we approve on the board. This may be preliminary, but I think we got to really think closely about all of this. Somebody mentioned about water. Somebody mentioned about a Superfund site that is right behind this. And by the way, somebody also mentioned about Boston Ave. Some of the folks on Boston Ave have contaminated wells too, I believe. I could be wrong on that. And why do they? Where did that contamination come from? Water in the ground can be very deep. By the way, there were test pits done out there. Does anybody have records of what those were?
I don't, those test pits, I don't believe are relevant to the site plan itself.
Okay. Okay. You folks have a job to do. You have a lot of decisions to make. And I appreciate what you do. But we have to think about the health and safety of the citizens on all of these things that we approve.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public?
That looks familiar.
John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive, member of the town council. So in just listening to what the people are saying here is that, when I sat on this planning board a long time ago and did it for 10 years, the Elliott came here and built. And then adjacent properties, had issues. And they were dealt with and fixed. I have a question, is this development bringing public water to support it?
Yes.
They're tying into it.
So why can't we take care of Ross Drive? Why can't you look at that and take care of these people? The Tinkham Superfund site is still being monitored today. Those wells are still being monitored today. Let's figure out how to work with whomever we need to work with to take care of these people on Ross Drive. They're the abutters to it. And let's face it, when they start drilling out there and everything else, we already know from the development that's happened with the Nevins, with Home Depot, that their well water is affected every single time. We may not be able to fix it for everybody, but these people are abutters. So please take that into consideration. With regards to traffic, you need to be able to have some sort of accountability here with the traffic. You can't have some sort of, we're going to do something or we're willing to contribute something. Find out what the answer is and then move forward with the correct answer and try to do it the one time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public before we close public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I do have a couple questions. Can we go over, I think it was Ms. Levens brought it up. What is the reason for?
Chair, are you closing the public comment?
Yes.
Just clarify.
Yes, I have closed public comment. Thank you.
So in our initial review on the project, some of the abutters had concerns about residents in our project cutting into the open space in the Nevins project. So we had agreed that we would put a 4-foot fence, 5-foot fence, whatever was required, along that boundary, and it got extended around the CO buffer to the wetland that cuts across the site. So that plan just got carried through on the site plan, and it is still the plan to put a fence up of that height to that area, so.
Chain link is what it says.
It's chain link.
Fence, I
Yeah.
believe it was, yeah.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. What was why a fence? What were they asking?
That was the request.
It sounds like
for what reason?
The residents of the Nevins don't
Yeah.
want people walking on their open space.
There's a large open space tract that's part of the Nevins.
Isn't a lot of it swamp?
Some of it's swamp, yeah. Yeah.
And is my recollection correct that there's more than a football field of open space between the back lot line for this development and the start of the Nevins lot line? More than a football field?
I'd say it's at least that, yep,
It's
That's
just
the-
under 800 feet linear.
yep.
How big's a football field?
300 feet. But that's the largest, because it's a sawtooth piece of land in the back, if I remember it correctly. So,
Yeah, there's
so the deepest is 800, but the closest is 361, if I measured it correctly today. So, we could talk about the fence when it's time to talk about the fence.
Ann?
My concern is about the driveway to the playground, the Lincoln Park. Now, if you say it's just for residents, why do you need an outlet onto Gilcrest? Why can't the people in the development just walk into it through the paths you could
It
put
could be
there?
done that way, but there's more handicap accessibility by going out onto Gilcrest and going into that area. So we generated a few parking spaces around it for that purpose.
Okay, but I'm concerned about cars leaving your development, taking a right, and then slowing down quickly to get into that area because of the traffic that goes so fast, and then getting out of it, and then stopping on the northern lane to get back in, or the southern lane to go back in. The traffic that creates also. So I thought it would be a lot smarter to just have it directly into your development, any kind of pathways. They can be handicap accessible pathways. And it would avoid people having to take their car, drive out, and then, drive back. You're adding just, to me, congestion, and a dangerous kind, where people do speed because of their change in the number of lanes from Gilcrest, where it hits 102, coming down, it goes from 2 lanes to 1. Right before your property.
Yeah, it stops at the Hannafords, so.
Right, so I'm worrying that, there'll be more congestion there and then an issue with people turning in there. To me, it's a lot of tar, not necessary, and you could use the money to increase the handicap access directly from your residence.
Chair?
Real quick, and then.
Yeah, I think Ann has a very good point, because I think Lincoln Park is just for your project, and it should be kept on your grounds. Let's stay off public roads.
So I think there's a lot here. I feel as though the general consensus of the board is gonna be looking to continue this. I know we still have a lot of conversation to have, but this clearly seems like it's gonna get continued. Few things that are sticking out in my mind is, having more of a conversation of Ross Drive and what that looks like, for water. And I think the general feeling of the board through our discussion was that we wanna see more done on the traffic. Am I correct?
Yes.
I also agree with Dan.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Ann. Personally, I'm looking at it and I don't, in the development, I don't see where the way this is set up now, where they would be able to put a roadway in there, John, am I correct?
There's already a path.
A path is much different than a roadway. So.
They'd end up probably losing a unit or two.
One very quick last question. I think we should go through, our waivers in the CUP. I think we can get those out of the way tonight. Last question I had is on your landscape plan here. I would assume that buildings 91 through 96 have a landscape plan. I'd assume that's essentially duplicating through all grouping of 6
Units.
or 7 units?
Yes.
It's the same, it's just you've shown it on one?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
What is, before we move forward, to give them a little bit more direction, what is the board's, what's the board's general feeling on this roadway into Lincoln Park and where it is?
So I'll offer that. I think it's going to be impossible to police. Having the access road off of Gilchrist is going to look like it's just another public space that anybody coming down the road could use. I think if it's going to be destined specifically for the residents, it should stay within the development.
I
Yep.
agree with
I
Dan
agree
in
with
that
that.
you're gonna have people coming down, someone's gonna turn onto Gilchrist and immediately hit the brakes, and that's gonna be unexpected.
And they'll have a problem.
I agree with that.
So I think we need to look at that, gentlemen, and what a solution to that looks like that keeps the roadway in the development.
Yep.
I think that we need to look at what Mr. Farrell had discussed on water, and I think the board is ultimately leaning towards we need a little bit more info on traffic. I would like to go through, I'd like to go through and discuss the waivers here. I think we can make some motions on the waivers as well as the CUP before we get on to the application itself. So, going through the waivers, I would be looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, if I can help you I'll
Yep.
read the waiver request.
Sure.
Waiver request number 1, the applicant has requested a waiver from Town of Londonderry zoning ordinance, section 5.1.3.
John, can you bring that mic a little closer to you?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thought I talked loud enough, but as I get tired, I mumble. Zoning ordinance, section 5.1.3, limiting phasing to 3 multifamily buildings per year, and the total number of dwellings to 48 units per year. The applicant requests to allow 48 townhouse-style dwelling units per year. Staff does not have a recommendation.
I think we have granted that in other situations.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't have a
So,
problem
Mr.
with
Chair,
that.
I'd like to make a motion
Yes, sir.
that we approve the waiver number 1 under the circumstance that the waiver may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good.
Have a motion?
A second.
I have a second from Art. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Second waiver request, the applicant is requesting a waiver from Londonderry subdivision regulations 3.09.f.3 to provide 20-foot wide driveways from the street to the garage. Staff does support the waiver since this is going to be private roadways.
John, did you say 20 or 22?
22.
Okay, thank you.
I know we've certainly done that in the past. Personally, I think aesthetically it looks much better as well. So I'd be looking for a motion on that.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve waiver number 2, allowing a 22-foot driveway from the street to the garage, under the stipulation that the waiver may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good.
I have a motion from Lynn.
Second.
Second from Jeff. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Waiver request number 3, the applicant has requested a waiver from Londonderry Site Plan Regulation 3.09G and Londonderry Site Plan Regulation 308C2 to only provide limited sidewalks. Staff has no recommendation.
We've granted that in the past also. I know that.
In speaking to, I know these gentlemen had spoke on it earlier of previous developments. It's ironically enough, I believe, more walkable than walkways. So I think it's fair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve waiver number 3.
I have a motion from Lynn. Take a second.
Second.
Second from Jeff. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? And the waiver passes.
Next waiver request, number 4, the applicant has requested a waiver from Londonderry Site Plan Regulations 309F2, 309S6, and Exhibits D2 and D3 to provide less than the required site distance at 25 miles per hour design speed for intersections within the interior of the Juniper Ridge development. This staff does support that, is the provided site distance is for the 25 mile per hour design speed.
I'll take a motion on that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board approve waiver number 4, and in that the waiver can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good.
I have a motion from Lynn.
Second.
Second from Jason. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The waiver passes.
5th waiver request, the applicant is requesting a waiver from Londonderry Site Plan Regulation 309R to design the roads at 25 mile per hour design speed, limit standards rather than the required 35 mile per hour speed limit standards. Staff does support the waiver request since this is going to be a private roadway.
Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve waiver number 5, as granting the waiver will not create substantial detriment to the public good.
Motion, second.
Second.
Second from Jeff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
6th waiver request, the applicant is requesting a waiver from Londonderry Site Plan Regulation 403 to locate the planning board signature block in a different location than as shown in Exhibit 2 of the regulation. Staff does support this waiver request.
For a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve waiver number 6. The waiver may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good.
Motion from Lynn. Looking for a second.
Second.
Second from Art. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last but not
Waiver
least.
waiver request number 7, the applicant is requesting a waiver from Londonderry Site Plan Regulation 601C, which mandates no certificate of occupancy be issued until all on-site improvements are complete and inspected. The applicant requests certificates of occupancy be issued for individual units prior to completion of the wear and course of payment. Time of writing this, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff didn't support that. Again, just not knowing where the board was at with waiver request number 1 regarding the phasing. I would ask that we just maybe delay it acting on this one at this time, seeing that they're going to be coming back and we can have a clearer understanding of the phasing and make sure that everything is shown on a plan that's clear, not just a note form that contradicts itself.
Okay. I
Thank
don't have
you.
a problem with that.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the applicant to make sure that the plans state that there's going to be no trip and fall hazards created by raised objects in the roadway until such time that the wear course is added.
Okay. And we don't need a motion on that, I don't believe. So, thank you very much. We have, I believe we have a,
No,
no?
just the application itself.
Okay. So I am going to be looking for a motion to continue this application to Kelly, what would be our next?
The next meetings are June 5th or June 12th.
Yes, ma'am.
May I speak?
Close public hearing.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I can't let you speak now because we're going through motions. But is this pertaining to the date of the meeting? Or when the next availability on the meeting would be?
This is gonna be pertaining to a little bit more guidance on what we're supposed to do with traffic.
Okay. So you're looking for a little bit more direction from the board,
I
so.
feel like this is very open-ended.
Open-ended.
Can we just come up to 1 second?
Yeah, I'll let it happen. Please make it brief.
All right, my name's John Kalinzakis. I work for Massetti Development. I've been here before. I live in Pumpkin Patch Way now in Londonderry at Cross Farm. So it's been great, but as far as traffic, I think what you're saying is we should go back and analyze every possible way to improve the traffic on 7 intersections and come up with a cost of this, and then we pay our fair share. It just seems like such a broad request of what we're supposed to be doing. You've already heard from Kevin that we don't have a problem contributing our fair share. Just this could be a long-term study that you need to what you really need to do, and this could take months and months and months to get down to a right answer. So I think in our project, we've done 6 projects in town. We have no problem paying for our share of what has to happen out there. It's just getting to what has to happen really should be, I think, a town decision, right? Because we can say all we want, that our engineer thinks we need this and that, and it's going to come back, well, maybe we should do more, and who's contributing. It's just a long-term project that we feel like our commitment to saying we'll pay our fair share of whatever our impacts are, we have no problem with that. We just don't know how to get from point A to point B now in a time frame that's going to be less than 3, 4, 5 months. So what are we supposed to be studying, I guess?
If I could just add, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
Kelly?
This board does not negotiate development agreements or memorandums of understanding that would include such cost dollar amounts that we're discussing. That's a matter for the town council. That being said, if the planning board wants to discuss and further see off-site improvements, that is something that this board can consider. I think that's what you're referring to.
So what does the board want to do?
I think we need to be clear on, what the off-site improvements are, and I think it's gonna be clear with staff, and I think a meeting of the minds between the 2 traffic engineers. The 2 traffic engineers agreed entirely, that would be fine. They don't. There's some details there. It's the old adage, the devil is always in the details. So let staff work with the traffic engineers and come back to the board.
So staff works with the 2 traffic engineers, they determine.
And the applicant also, so.
So then somebody says, this is what we need for mitigation, right? And it's gonna be all encompassing for a lot of areas, correct?
We don't know.
We don't know. That's why you should be talking to staff. Get it a little more focused than it is right now.
Kelly? John? Anything?
I think we need to finalize the traffic, we all need to be on the same page with the traffic. That's the beginning point. How do we know what their fair share is? $1 million is a fair share today. Don't know.
Yeah, and to my point earlier, you have all discussed various aspects to it. I suggested that you all get together with our town staff and come back to us with some kind of recommendations.
You're in the middle of a motion, just a reminder.
I know.
Yep, thank you. But we've kind of gone off the rails a little bit here. So do we have an issue with kind of
I
working?
would caution you on this discussion here in the middle of the motion.
Yeah.
Fine.
All right, I've said enough. Thank you.
All right.
The staff.
And I don't believe we're in a motion because there has not been a motion made yet to continue this, so
You're
we're-
discussing your motion.
Yeah. Back to our point, to me, it doesn't sound like, what I was getting at, we don't necessarily have a definitive date as of right now that's gonna be sufficient for either staff or them to figure out what needs to be done, what's both fair and reasonable for everybody here to be done.
Generally, we continue to the next month's hearings. Those
Yep.
dates are June 5th or June 12th.
Okay.
12th.
So then I'll look for a motion to continue this to June 12th.
So moved.
I need a motion.
Jason, Jeff made the motion.
Yeah, so moved. Second, perfect. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And this has been continued to the June 12th meeting.
Thank you.
That's the only official public announcement.
All right, folks, we'll give you a second to get out of the room before we start the next thing here. But we are going to have, up next is the public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan and conditional use permit to construct approximately 89,000 square foot behavioral health hospital along with associated site improvements at 6 and 10 Innovation Way, Gateway Business District. Belinger Properties and 5N Associates are the owner with Terrytown Real Estate Holdings. So if you guys want to come up while people are getting out of the room, that'd be great.
Jake.
Just let me know when you'd like to begin. Thank you.
Are there any residents that are here for the final two applications, which are the Burton Drive?
One-story office building,
Yeah,
laboratory
and
building,
Liberty
Burton
Utilities.
Drive.
Is there anybody from the public here for those two? So seeing none, we'll go, if there was, seeing none, we'll go forward with this public hearing. Let me just, give me a second to get to my pages here, because we've gone through a bit. We're going through, let me get this one out of the way. Bring this one up. I am looking for a recommendation on, or a motion on completeness, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the application as complete.
Can I get a second?
Second, sure.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? And this has been accepted as complete. Applicants, you're already up here, and you can get going.
Okay, super. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hello, other members of the board and staff. My name's Ari Pollack. I'm with the Gallagher firm in Concord. I'm here for the applicant this evening, which is Tarrytown Real Estate Holdings, Inc. Tarrytown's under purchase agreement to buy land at 6 and 10 Innovation Way here in Londonderry, upon which a behavioral health hospital is proposed to be constructed, operated, and maintained. The hospital would be owned and operated by a joint venture between Solution Health and Acadia Healthcare. And with me this evening from the development team is Tate Curdy and Clara Deedle of Solution Health, Miles Kramer from Acadia Healthcare, and then our technical team, Jim Petropoulos from Hayner Swanson, Derek Roche from Vanessa Associates, and Chip Hill from Stengel Hill Architecture. Before I turn things over to the technical team, which would be primarily Jim and Chip, we had asked, and she graciously agreed to accommodate us. I hoped to ask Assistant Commissioner Marissa Henn from the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services to join me up at the podium and to talk a little bit about resources in the areas of behavioral health and treatment for the state, and about how the state views this particular opportunity and its network of service. And here she is. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's getting late.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. It's really important to come to meetings like this and see government in action in a way that I'm reminded of in my day job. But I think when it comes to projects like this is stuff that really changes lives, and I think changes communities for the better. I'm sure you're all aware, as we all are, that we as a state and as a society are facing huge challenges when it comes to mental health. I would say probably there's no one in this room who isn't either experiencing the challenges of mental health directly or doesn't know someone who is doing that. 1 in 4 of us here in the state of New Hampshire is living with someone with a mental health issue. And so part of what makes this project exciting is how much of a difference it will make for people like us and our neighbors and fellow Granite Staters who, when they are experiencing the acute need for care, will have somewhere to go. You're probably familiar with a phenomenon that's talked about in the news called emergency department boarding. Here in New Hampshire, as we sit here tonight, there's probably around 18 or 20 adults sitting in noisy, sterile emergency departments waiting for a place to go for care. And if you or your loved one has ever been in that situation, it is truly one of a person's darkest days, just so wishing that just as if someone who had a heart attack would get care, I think pretty urgently, someone who in a mental health crisis needs it really deserves no less. The challenge is one of supply and demand. Fundamentally, here in New Hampshire, I can tell you as Deputy Commissioner, we don't have enough mental health beds. It's not the only problem we have when it comes to mental health, but it's a pretty big one. And so I think what excites me about this project and what has earned the team the support of our state and a significant financial allocation of about $15 million toward this project is the way in which it is tailored to meet the needs of New Hampshire, and that it will help us as a state achieve what we have termed Mission Zero, which is to have no adult waiting in an emergency department for care, but instead to help get them the services they need in a very therapeutically appropriate, high-quality way so that they can go back to their lives and jobs and families and move on with bright lives. And so what I will say, just I know there's lots to get to, but is just this team has demonstrated how organized and transparent and committed to public mission they are. And I know that this project, while no community says, "Oh, we'd love to have a psych hospital," I can assure you, as someone who lives very close to what will be the only larger psychiatric hospital, New Hampshire Hospital, that actually having a facility like this in our community is a source of great meaning to the community and can be done thoughtfully and responsibly and in a way that really benefits a community and helps it care for its own. So just in closing, just want to say how much this project aligns with the goals that the state has when it comes to better meeting mental health need and really positions New Hampshire to be a leader in that regard. I think it is being done in a way that is very sensitive to the needs of local communities, as you'll hear more about. And I think the team has demonstrated that they are crossing every T and dotting every I in terms of meeting the expectations we as a state have placed on them in return for the large sum of money we're giving. And I would expect nothing different when it comes to their fulfilling of commitments to the local host for this facility as well. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the rest of our presentation would be by the applicant and applicant's team, so I was hoping we could excuse the Assistant Commissioner, but I wanted to see if any of the board members had questions before I made
Anybody
that
have
offer.
any questions for?
So I have a question. I'm not sure it's appropriate or not for you, but so Hampstead Hospital's in the news a lot lately. How is this facility going to be different from Hampstead Hospital?
Yeah, thank you so much for asking about that. So Hampstead Hospital is actually part of my portfolio, and so it's been some late nights of the MUR requesting quotes and things. So what I can tell you about Hampstead Hospital is, first of all, this is a facility, the one that is under discussion today is not a state facility, right? So whereas Hampstead Hospital, which is a facility I'm very proud of and that is providing fantastic care to a very acute population, we are getting our feet under us as as this is a new venture for the state, and figuring out exactly who it is we can serve and how to get staff and how to maintain the high levels of service that are needed for this population. One thing I'm a little envious of with this project is that you're dealing with people who have a tremendous amount of experience in the industry and in behavioral health. I actually come to them with questions about how to improve care at Hampstead Hospital. So there's no question that safety, and I would encourage you, and I know that it came up at an earlier town council meeting, like questions of safety and security are paramount. However, what I can tell you is that when we did our due diligence on who you're dealing with, this is a set of experts who know how to manage the complexities of this population without unduly burdening local law enforcement. So I will say I'm not looking to in any way say that things have been easy at Hampstead Hospital, although we have been 3 weeks without needing to call police for assistance. I think they're serving a really, really challenging group of young kids there who luckily we don't have to ship far out of state, and we can support their communities locally. But as we get our feet under us at Hampstead, I think we're really learning from the experts in the field who you're dealing with tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
So I'd like to say thank you so much for coming to our quaint little town here in Londonderry. So would it be fair then to say, based on what you just said, that we have two separate and distinct facilities that if nothing else, from an administrative standpoint, is different, in structure is different, and that you have public versus private, which administratively many times is quite different in allowable or available resources. And so we really are almost talking apples and oranges, one to the other. Based on your training and experience, am I close?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would call the distinction public versus private. I think there's a very public mission underlying this project. I think what I would say is different is at Hampstead Hospital, we as a state purchased a facility that is very old. So you're talking about an old building that is not really designed for the most acute challenged kids. So just the physical facility, if I were to share any of the images that this team has shared with my Hampstead team, they would, I worry that they would run away and want jobs solely at this facility, just because the physical facility was different. And I think the experience of bringing in an entity to partner with us to carry out the clinical services was different. So yes, this is a vulnerable, complex population. I think what I can say with confidence is that you have a team here who knows what they're doing. They know how to work with local resources, and I think have experience they can share with you tonight across both, with the joint ventures, having both Acadia in tens of thousands of facilities, and then Solution Health bringing their expertise serving this population. They have found a way to do this and to balance the needs for safety and calm and quiet while meeting the complex needs of the population. So we have a lot to learn. Things will get better at Hampstead, but I think you can rest assured that this is going to be a highly qualified and sophisticated operation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Being on the council, I observed your statement during the rezoning request before the council, and I just wanted to give an overall thank you for your time. And I think that your backing of the program talks to the validity of what the community and what the organization is trying to do. So I wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
investment.
Well, and I will say all of the people I've interacted with at these meetings and throughout these conversations, you have fantastic ambassadors for this community, which is part of why I think a facility serving people in need would be so fortunate to be on their healing journey here, and for Londonderry to be seen as a real leader in the state for services that any of us or any of our family members could need anytime.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very
thanks.
much.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'll ask, here he comes. So as Tate's coming up to join me at the podium here, back to the proposal before you, of course, this is a site plan application for a behavioral health hospital that would be sited in your general business district. As the counselor just mentioned, the town council recently approved a zoning amendment that confirmed that hospitals would be an allowed use in the GB district. And of course, the planning board had a role in that by listening to the zoning proposal and recommending that it be approved by the council, which it then was. Dialing deeper even for this project, and not just a zoning level, the siting of this facility is really ideal because the location on Innovation Way off Pettingill Road, excellent connectivity to arterial and state highways. It's nearby to public transportation, including the airport, and it has a decidedly non-residential area surrounding it. It's now heavily developed commercial corridor that we know and love to be Pettingill Road, and it's also important to explain that this proposed facility has some very important distinctions from other traditional hospitals. There's no emergency department. There's no helipad. There's no sirens. There's no all-night comings and goings with loud commotion. This facility would receive patients by private transport from other hospitals, medical centers, medical referrals. Not by public ambulance, by private transport. Nobody just shows up at the door unannounced. They're expected and awaited by staff. Once patients are admitted, they're only discharged with a plan for continued treatment, service, case management. In other words, nobody signs themselves out and wanders off. As for management qualifications, you'll hear in a minute from Tate Curdy for Solution Health that Acadia Healthcare is a nationally recognized provider of behavioral health services. They operate in 39 states nationwide, including Massachusetts. We've had numerous discussions with municipal departments as we prepared to go through the technical review process, then file our formal applications and come before you this evening. We've talked about a lot of different topics, specifically police and fire. Those discussions will continue both before, during, and after any approval that may result from our application before this board. But I'm pleased to tell you that all of the discussions were good-natured, welcoming, productive, and frankly relevant to the details that this hospital presents, but also open to solutions that we know from other places and experiences can work. We're going to get into this in more detail on the technical side, but the staff memo does include a list of conditions of approval. I couldn't tell you that they're recommended by staff. I think staff is recommending a continuance, at least as far as their memo is concerned, but they did us the service very graciously of putting in a list of conditions that would serve as conditions of approval if we can get there tonight. And I'll tell you that the applicant has reviewed them and is comfortable with them. And so unless you have particular preliminary questions for me, it was my intention to introduce Tate Curdy, who's the Chief Operating Officer of the Elliott Hospital, which is a member of Solution Health. Tate wants to share a few words about Solution Health's current behavioral health offerings, services, and how partnering with Acadia makes them bigger, better, stronger. I don't see anybody chomping at the bit, so I'll turn it over to Tate.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, the members of the board, and staff here tonight. As already mentioned, my name is Tate Curdy. I'm the COO of Elliott Hospital, but I'm here on behalf of Solution Health, which is the combined effort of Southern New Hampshire Medical Center in Nashua and Elliott Hospital up in Manchester. We've been in the community close to 150 years each. We're in the town of Londonderry, just about a mile and a half down the road in Buttrick. It was mentioned in the previous comments, or the previous agenda item during the public comment section, about our willingness to work and our ability to work with the town in the past. We aspire to continue that here tonight and moving forward. The commissioner said it quite well. This really is the potential to be a difference maker. We think that this historical moment could really turn the tide with respect to behavioral health services in the state, and we're deeply, deeply committed to this initiative. I guess if I were to hone in on just one singular point with you tonight, is this. We are absolutely committed to doing this right. And that means with full considerations of staff's concerns and the process. We don't do this specific thing very often. We deliver healthcare every day, 365 days a year. So we're very pleased to work with the professionals, with the town, to make sure that we get all your all your questions answered, to make sure that you can honor your responsibilities to the community as we seek to do that through our mission. The last thing I would like to just add is that we are providing psychiatric care services, inpatient psychiatric care services right now. We do that in both Elliott Hospital and on the West Campus, on the west side of Nashua at Southern Hampshire Medical Center. What this facility will allow us to do is to do more of that better in a consolidated facility that's contemporarily designed with a top flight national operator in Acadia Healthcare. And that's what we're endeavoring to do. So I know I'm the last person standing between you and the engineering and architectural experts who are really capable of addressing some of the concerns that are particularly germane to this group. But I can tell you from an organizational perspective and a mission perspective, we are 100% 100% supportive of this group and this project, and we will be through its ongoing launch and maintenance. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions directly on behalf of Solution and its member institutions, or we can pivot to the architects and engineers.
Board have any questions?
Okay.
We keep moving.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think I have to recuse myself. My wife works at Solution.
Absolutely. Can we take note that Jason has recused himself?
Sure.
And I don't believe we have one alternate. We can appoint Mr. D to vote in Jason's place
For this plan.
for this plan.
I'm gonna give up my seat for the architectural and engineering discussion, but I'll come back whenever you miss me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. Good evening, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jim Petropoulos. I'm a professional engineer with Hayner Swanson Inc., doing business at 3 Congress Street in Nashua, New Hampshire. With me is Chip Hill with Stengel Hill. Chip joins us from Louisville, Kentucky this evening. What we're going to try to do is present the facts of the project. Given the hour, I'll try to be informative and both expeditious at the same time. And then I'll turn it over to Chip to talk a little bit about the buildings, and of course, I, as always, will lean on Kelly to help me with the aerials and the visuals. Just to make sure everybody knows where we are, we're at the corner of Innovation Way in Pettingill. There are 2 lots that total 35 acres in size. Bless you. And as Ari said, as Ari said, we are located in the Gateway Business Zone. When you look at the yellow border of our property, you can see some familiar buildings that abut our property. Milton Cat to the north, Kluber under construction, Tesla to the east, Bellavance Beverage across Pettingill, FedEx. You can catch a corner of that building. There's Prologis, EFI, and of course New Balance is under construction. The property itself, our client has an option on the property that's currently owned by the Tamposi Nash interests. This is formerly part of that part of town that for many years was used as a sand and gravel removal operation. And as you can tell with the aerials, the site has been worked in the past and contains a combination of kind of scrubby ground growth as well as some wooded areas. It's a little deceiving, but there is about a 25-foot grade change from Pettingill Road to the north. Soil conditions are quite sandy. Gravels, blasting is not anticipated for this project. We hired, as we normally do, a wetland consultant to walk the property. There are no wetlands in the main body of the site. But along the northeasterly property line, there is a water course that runs in the middle of it. And some board members may recall that when the Airport Connector Road was built, the New Hampshire DOT took several conservation easements. When we call up the site plan, I'll show you that easement, but that exists over in the northeast corner of the property, and that water course eventually flows north into Little Cohasset Brook. Kelly, if you would go to the site plan, please. So we have filed a formal application for a site plan as well as a conditional use permit. I want to talk about just a couple key elements of the project. The building itself is a one-story building measuring about 88,870 square feet in size. Chip's going to talk in much more detail about the building, but generally inside the building are offices, meeting and training rooms, inpatient rooms, outpatient treatment rooms, group therapy rooms. There's a gymnasium, a dining area, and we have outdoor activity areas. The facility is expected to have 192 beds, and Kate just mentioned to be staff of approximately 200 people. It is a Monday through Sunday, 24/7 operation. Access is off of Innovation Way, no access off of Patton Gill. Two driveways. The site plan represents 2 parking areas for visitors and employees of 245 parking spaces. We have a small loading area, Mr. Chairman, on the north side of the building, away from Patton Gill Road, but very few truck trips to this facility. It might just be a food truck on a weekly basis. We are showing paved access behind the entire building for life safety access. I mentioned the grade change across the site. It posed quite a challenge because this very long building wants to be flat. And so when you have 25 feet of grade change, you've got to have some cuts and some fills. And we accomplished that along that loop road around the back with a retaining wall. And that allows us to make grade, but it also allows us to protect the 100-foot conservation easement, which you can now see on the northeasterly part of the site. Underground utilities will service the facility. We did identify in the northern part of the building an opportunity for potential future access, potential future building addition if ever needed. Stormwater, 2 surface type practices to accommodate post-development runoff, a combination of 4 bays and really detention surface practices. The basins are designed in accordance with the town standards and New Hampshire DES standards. And overall, we're providing both qualitative and quantitative treatment of stormwater off this site. A traffic study was done for the development by Vanessa and Associates. And really what they did was estimate trips generated by the project to see if there are any impacts. We learned a lot about traffic in the last case, so I'll be quite brief with traffic. But in the AM peak, 35 trips. In the PM peak, 29 trips. I do want to remind the board that the Innovation Way intersection is slated for some improvements as part of the New Balance project, and that should facilitate improved level of service at that intersection. That report concluded that the project is a minor traffic generator and that adequate capacity exists in the local roads for the development. Next, Ron Kelly, just a couple quick comments. Landscaping plans have been provided. Some 131 trees, over 2,900 shrubs. The Londonderry Code speaks to open space within these paved parking areas, and we comply with those requirements. Quite often I'm before you asking for open space waivers on these parking areas for these industrial buildings, but we're able to introduce enough open space in those parking areas. The ground cover will be a combination of a conservation wildlife mix on the outer edges and then mowed lawn in the front and near the building. Our site lighting does include photometrics. It's all LED downcast lighting, no spillover onto abutting properties. And very quickly on signage, we comply with site signage and building signage. Once you see some of the perspectives, you'll see the building mounted sign as well as the ground sign. Mr. Chairman, if fortunate to proceed, the hope is to break ground in the summer of 2024. It takes about 15 to 16 months to construct the facility. We'd like to be fully functioning in the fall of 2025. Part of our application includes a conditional use permit. I'd like to very quickly describe what that is involved in that. As I mentioned, we have no wetlands in the main body of the site. We have no wetland impacts, but the water course in the conservation DOT easement carries with it a 50-foot buffer. And in a couple instances, that buffer creeps out past the DOT easement into our site. And so we have a minor disturbance of 2,600 square feet to construct the retaining wall on the east side. And there's an old outdated drainage structure that leads into the brook that was there as part of the sand gravel operation. It's in need of being fixed up.
And that
so
small 700 square foot.
Yeah, and that's 700 feet. And that's represented, sir, in the plan set. I have the criteria for conditional use. It's up to you if you'd like me to paraphrase and quickly go through that
Please.
criteria. It is included more formally in our application, but for the record, I'll just very quickly go through it. Four points needed for conditional use. The first is the proposed construction is essential to the productive use of the land. The area outside the Conservation Overlay District is needed for construction really to meet the development program of the facility, the unique building shape, the parking areas, the stormwater areas, access around the building. So we are fully utilizing the land for that purpose. Subsequently, we have two very, very minor buffer impacts. Point number two, the design and construction materials will be such to minimize impacts on the wetlands and include restoration that's consistent with the permitted use. We have no wetland impacts. We do have conservation overlay impacts. We're going to great lengths with that retaining wall on the east side to prevent any significant buffer or wetland impacts. And so we believe we've done our best to minimize those impacts. Point three, no possible or feasible alternative route on the land controlled by the applicant does not cross the Conservation Overlay District, has no less detrimental impact to the wetlands. There really is no reasonable alternative for us to avoid those areas. We're surrounded by Pettingill Road to the south, Innovation Way to the west, and the DOT conservation easement along the east. So we really have no alternatives other than those two minor impacts. And then lastly, economic advantage is not the sole reason for the location. As Tate and the assistant director mentioned earlier, this is such an important facility and how its location is central to the state of New Hampshire, and that's really the reason this site was located. I do have 4 waivers. I don't know, John, should I address those or introduce those to you? Is that okay, Mr.
Please.
Chairman?
Yeah.
I would say there are 4 minor waivers. The first is to waive the traffic demand management sustainable, kind of requiring these measures. We're not going to be a LEED certified building, but we have a number of elements that are green initiatives, increased open space, qualitative and quantitative stormwater practices, a white roof, with the ability for rooftop solar units. They won't be installed, but we have the ability for that. High efficiency light fixtures, LED lighting, and limited site irrigation. And so it's a waiver that we've been successful in obtaining on many other buildings in this part of town. Waiver number 2 has to do with the required pavement section. The town requires 3 inches of pavement, 6 inches of gravel, 12 inches of crushed gravel. We hire a geotechnical engineer to come out and examine the soil and prepare a report that gives us that section based on the soils. And it's slightly different, but it's certainly in accordance with industry standards. So we're seeking a waiver of your formal requirement there. Section 4.12C 19, Roman numeral 7, to waive the location of locating any 15-inch diameter trees on the site. There's very sparse growth out there now. If I were a betting man, I would say there aren't that many trees out there that exceed 15 inches. But within the development area, they're being cleared. And then, of course, within the conservation area, they're not being touched at all. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, is the plan scale. A couple of our site plan sets have a reduced plan scale just to keep it all on one sheet. One other point I'd like to discuss, and it's a matter that arose today. We work very hard with town staff and to be as bulletproof as we can when we sit before this board. We're pretty darn close. The conditions of approval that I read are very fair.
They're very reasonable. I think I erred in one of my responses, and it didn't completely satisfy Mr. Trottier. I spoke with him today about it. It has to do with the ability of Innovation Way to grow and to make sure we're not putting any elements next to Innovation Way that would prevent Innovation Way from being widened. We have 2 stormwater practices there. I spoke with Mr. Trottier late today. We have the ability to shift those locations. I committed to Mr. Trottier that we could make that happen, and I think he was comfortable with that response. I won't put words into his mouth, but I think that that was really the only major kind of issue that we have outstanding. And again, I pledged to him that I think it's one that we could easily work with. The other conditions, again, are fair and are normal and typical. You know, we have 9 conditions. I look back, New Balance had 20 conditions of approval, so I think we're slightly better off. So with that, that's my presentation. I will be available and happy to answer any questions, but at this point, I think I'm going to turn it over to Chip to talk about some colored graphics we have on some building elevations. Thank you, Kelly. Chip?
One quick clarification. The current project scope is 144 beds. The future expansion, if and when it were to occur, would take it up to 192 beds. So. We do have colored elevations in here that are basically the materials are all denoted there, but it's probably best to go to the first of the perspectives. It's a little easier to understand. Let's get one more. Yeah, one more. Oh, for quickly here though on signage, as Jim mentioned, we have 2 illuminated signs in the project. We have a monument sign at the main entrance from Innovation Way, and we have an on-building illuminated sign on the front elevation. Both of those are sized at 100 square feet per ordinance. We do also have, that's good. We can start here. The front facade of the building is a combination of 2 colors of metal panels around the primary entry points, and they're flanked by a stone wainscot and a cap with face brick above that extends to 12 feet, and then there's an EIFS system above that. This brick, stone, and EIFS aesthetic extends down the front facade and down and around the corner of the gymnasium building that you see off to the lower right of the front facade. The other facades on the sides and rear of the building consist of a brick wainscot with a stone cap with a top at 30 inches and a 2-tone EIFS system above that. The tallest portion of the front facade, just to give you an idea about the scale of this building, is at the on-building signage portion of the facade, and it's 24 feet in height, and then the tallest portion of the building on campus is the peak of the gymnasium roof, which is at 32 feet. We do have on the lower left-hand corner of the upper right view a service yard with a 14-foot high dumpster and emergency generator enclosure with brick veneer that matches the front facade. And we also have around the rear of the facility 14-foot tall walls around exterior activity yards. As you look at the massing of the building, kind of the hub and spoke fingers that you see on the back are individual nursing units. They're each 24-bed nursing units, and each one of those nursing units has a dedicated exterior activity yard for patient recreation. And this allows us to treat a variety of different patient populations and keep them properly separated within the facility.
If I'm looking at this right, do I see to the left of the gymnasium, is that an ambulance bay?
That is our transport entrance, that's correct, yes. Yep. So they can bring any patients coming from, most of the patients coming to this facility will come from regional emergency departments, and that's the main area where they come into the facility.
Thank you.
The overall massing of the building, the front building that you see, houses administrative spaces such as our admissions department, the administrative complement, support services, kind of the back of the house, maintenance and electrical mechanical rooms, dietary, as well as outpatient services. We have a couple different outpatient programs that are essentially a step-down service for the inpatient care. Somebody would be discharged and then they would come back for group therapy on a recurring basis in the front portion of the facility. The gymnasium and activity therapy building on the bottom right-hand corner there of the upper left-hand view houses a half basketball court gym and also some activity therapy spaces for instance, exercise therapy, art therapy, and the therapists that care for the patients there. The main hospital entrance is at the vehicular canopy that you see at the main entrance. And then we, as we mentioned, we have direct entrances from the exterior for the outpatient programs at the front of the building. and then our loading entrance and service entrance is off to the left-hand side as well. We do have a fire apparatus access road around the perimeter of the campus to meet the code requirements for that. And we did mention the exterior activity yards. Let's go to the next view to just a couple close-ups. You can see the solution. This will be a Solution Health branded facility. The signage is on the front facade in the upper left-hand view, and then just the upper right-hand view is just kind of an evening view of the main entrance canopy, and then the lower left-hand view is just a little closer view of the entire front facade of the facility.
So before we turn it back to Ari for some concluding remarks, Mr. Chair, both Chip and I'd be happy to answer. I know we went through a lot of information there in a short period of time, but we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Does the board want to ask any questions, or do we want to hear from Ari, and then we'll go to staff and come over to the board? Yeah, I agree. Ari, come on up.
Okay if I speak from here?
Absolutely.
Super. Yeah, real quick, I just want to reiterate that what we're asking for is conditional approval of the site plan, approval of the conditional use permit for the buffer impact. And I want to make specific reference to the conditions of approval that are included in the staff memo. Again, not necessarily their recommendation, but included for the board's consideration. And in particular, I wanted to point out item number 1, which is some language that we've worked on as the applicant and the town's attorney has worked on for your consideration, which relates specifically to the Londonderry Police Department and some concerns that they'd brought forward about how to support this facility in the community. We don't have specifics here, but what we have here is an agreement to reach an agreement and a timeline associated with the signing of plans to get that agreement done. And to put it differently, we don't want to have the negotiation occur right here, right now, but we know that it's important. We're committing to it, and this condition is something that we're very familiar with and aware of and accepting of. As you move down this list, you'll get to item 2, which talks about the more technical memorandum from the Planning and Economic Development Department and the particular items that Jim were mentioning about Innovation Way are pointed out in that memo. So if you were inclined to do a conditional approval this evening, you would not be passing on those issues. They are included, they are important, they need to be completed before any plans can be signed. And you always have the catch-all at the end of the list, which is final engineering review, which we know would include John's sign-off anyhow. So we're not looking for a pass on anything. We're just looking to get through this hurdle so that, frankly, we can start any appeal clock that may apply to this approval and keep both our seller, let's not forget we haven't closed yet, and you heard from the Assistant Commissioner, there's a lot of money on the table. We need to keep all of these various stakeholders happy enough so that we can collect everything we need when we pass go. Thank you very much.
So, before we go to our public hearing, I want to get some staff input here. We'll go through the board, see what the board has to say about the plan. I know we've got some representatives from police and fire here, if they've got anything they'd like to talk about. But let's start with John, if you have anything.
Yeah, again, I'll just go through the waivers, and I'm going to be very brief with the engineering comments. Waiver number 1, the applicant is requesting a waiver from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.5.2.e relating to transportation demand management sustainable site and building design requirements. Per the Londonderry zoning ordinance, the planning board may waive the requirements of section 4.5.e.2, where it is shown that there are standards, that these standards impose an unreasonable burden on the development of property within the GB district. Please see the attached justification from the applicant regarding these standards. Second waiver request was to Londonderry Site Plan Regulations, Section 3.09 K2I, Roman, in 2, relating to driveway pavement design and construction cross sections. Staff does support the waiver request. As Jim indicated, this is based on a geotechnical study that was performed on the site. Third waiver request was from Londonderry Site Plan Regulations 4.01C, relating to plan scale for the existing conditions plan, erosion control plan, site-specific soils map, Staff does support waiver requests because it allows the depiction of the entire site in one single view. Lastly was the request from waiver to Londonderry Site Plan Regulation 4.12C 19.8 relating to identifying existing trees greater than 15 inches in diameter. Staff supports the waiver request due to the, as Jim indicated, due to the previous clearing of the site. Such trees do not exist except probably within the conservation easement located to the north and northeast of the site. I'm not going to, with the lateness of the night, I'm not going to go verbatim by the comments, but Jim hit it right on the head. There was some disagreement about, or again, I had some extreme concerns about, there's an easement along Innovation Way. I'm probably the only guy that's been around long enough to understand when we bartered for that easement. The idea of that easement was was number one, to create Innovation Way. Number two, if we ever had to expand it. The wording in the deed isn't very clear. It says a 2-lane road, but we all know what's happening up at Pettingill Road, so let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, I guess you call it.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell that saying is. So Jim and I, we've come to an agreement this afternoon, and I said I would agree with him if he said it in public. He said it in public. We're gonna work, he'll work with us, and Ari's assured us, and
Yes.
so
Yep.
I
We'll
feel
stipulate.
comfortable that we can work it out.
Yes, for your record, we will stipulate that we will sit with John and staff post approval as a condition to work out accommodations for that roadway. I would wholeheartedly agree that the easements and planning there are not clear, and that I think we can probably improve upon what right now is a little bit of an ambiguity.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Ellie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to highlight again what Ari mentioned about the condition number 1, which references an MOU. The town, along with the police and fire, and town council have worked with the applicant and Ari to develop this condition as well as to continue working on this MOU agreement. Similar to what
Just give MOU for the public.
memorandum of understanding.
Thank you.
My apologies. Just to reiterate some comments I had made on the previous application, those types of agreements are between the town and the applicant, the town meaning the town council. So I would encourage the board to ask questions of police or fire. They're both represented here this evening. But the intent is not to get into the details of that MOU at this time, but to just ensure that if this is conditionally approved, that that MOU is agreed upon by the town.
Thank you. All right, I'll go through the board. Anybody have any questions?
Well, I'd like to say something. When the lady who was speaking before you folks, she described a situation in an emergency room, a cardiac patient. That could have been me last January. I was in Elliott emergency room in a bed, but I was next door to a patient who was out of control. There were 4 police officers there watching over him, and he must have been restrained to the bed because I just, all I could hear all the time was noises coming from there and him not getting up or anything like that. So I assumed he was some type of restraint with the police officers there. So I totally see the need for this. So I'm wondering if I should be stepping down because I personally, experienced that. And I thought that there should be a place for people who have issues to be able to go to.
And I'm perfectly comfortable with you.
Excellent. Yes, I don't see any conflict whatsoever, and I think your information is helpful for us.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Yeah, I would put on for the record, the applicant has no objection. Every board member has personal circumstance that they bring to the
Yep.
to the table, and while I'm sorry that you had that experience, it in my view is not a conflict.
Well, the next time I was in there, I didn't have that experience. So hopefully that portion of my life is over. But anyways, I was thinking about the police officers, the amount of police officers there that were there. I didn't know if that was typical or whatever. So I just hope that the security is there with this structure and the staff, and you'd be able to have enough staff to cover everything, because today's employment world.
Right. So at some point, you're going to hit upon something that I can't answer, and that's why Miles Kramer from Acadia made the trip up. But this one I can, simply to say that these facilities, they are therapeutic in nature. They are not a penitentiary or an incarceration facility. People are patients on medical orders. They are discharged on medical orders, and they are in a therapeutic environment while they are a resident of the facility. And these facilities also are very heavily regulated by the state of New Hampshire, both in terms of how they're laid out, how they're engineered, how they're operated, and how they're staffed with staffing ratios. So the rules are very specific. They must be followed, and there are consequences if they are not. And Acadia is accustomed to those rules in all the places where they operate.
Okay. And again, just because of the number of officers, I'm not sure how the police would be integrated into this. So I'd like to know more about that. Maybe not right now, but...
Yeah, I'm sure that the chief will share his views, but I can tell you that on a day-to-day operational basis, there should be no involvement from Londonderry Police.
Okay.
The facility is designed to be self-standing and self-sufficient. There could certainly be a 911 call from staff or from a patient supervised by staff. There certainly could be service of process to deliver to somebody who is there as a patient or an employee, typical functions of the police department all across town, regardless of a facility. But we are not asking to partner with them on operational issues. They are emergency response.
Okay, now, do you admit visitors to the facility for
We
the
do,
patients?
and there are rules for those people as well as to how they present themselves, how they sign in, how they sign out, how they are supervised, and whether or not visitation is part of the medical orders for a particular patient.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Mr. D, I saw you raise your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to hear from police and fire safety services that they are or are not comfortable negotiating an MOU after we pass this along. So in other words, if we don't continue it as the applicant is asking us not to do, I'm wondering if those two are okay with that part of it.
And I'm sure that everyone wants to talk about this, but I just wanted to read to you a portion of what the staff has suggested as a condition, which is applicant acknowledges that conditional approval of the site plan is being granted without an agreed upon MOU in consideration of applicant's desire for prompt consideration of its application. Should applicant and the town be unable to come to an agreement satisfactory to the town, this condition shall remain unsatisfied, which of course means our plan doesn't get signed and we really don't have an approval.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
Yep.
That certainly is helpful, but I would still like to hear from police and fire
100%.
safety as well.
I'm getting out of the way now.
Thank you.
With that, John, you looked like you wanted to come up before I asked police and fire to come up.
So the way the question is phrased is the police and the fire department are not negotiating the MOU. The MOU is being negotiated by the town council and our legal counsel in consultation with the fire chief and the police chief. They are fully abreast and aware of everything we're talking about, and I am very confident from the standpoint of being the person from the council who is leading the negotiation that we will either meet the needs of police and fire or there will not be an MOU.
Mr. Chair, in light of that additional information, I remove my request to hear from fire and police.
Okay. I know I kind of skipped over. Do you have anything?
Well, I think there's a huge need for this type of facility. It's a good location, but I do think some of these items are fairly large items that they have to work through, and my opinion, I think they should work through those items before we give them conditional approval.
Nothing at this time, but I would like to hear from the chief at some point in time.
Yep, absolutely. I think I'll get through the board and then I'll ask you guys to come up. Art?
I think the critical thing that is in my mind, and it'll be part of the memorandum of understanding, is the relationship between your security and the police, so that they, the essence that they work together should be really a team. So I don't know the verbiage, and I'm sure the legal aspects of it would put something together so that we are assured that if there's really a problem, our police are certainly a part of it. I have to mention the Heritage Commission was very happy with the architecture and the landscaping. And at this moment, I don't really have anything else, Mr. Chair.
John?
I'm all set.
Yeah. A couple quick questions on, you spoke on some lawn irrigation. Is that throughout the site? Is it in specific areas? What does that look like?
Generally, it's limited to kind of that front door, that front look, and maybe some along the entrance drive. When you invest so much in trees, trees kind of need water to get going those first 2 years. But a good majority of this outer perimeter is that conservation wildlife mix that will not be irrigated. So it's a...
Will those courtyards, if you will, heavily walked, traveled areas, will those be irrigated?
Those courtyard areas are a combination of hard surface for the outdoor rec, and in some instances there's almost like a field turf or an AstroTurf product in the side, and then there's a couple that are grassed as well, yes.
So there's a synthetic aspect?
Some of them are synthetic, yes.
I would like to hear from the police and fire, you spoke earlier on providing services to people in the state that need it, and I think everybody absolutely agrees with that. My concern comes to what the services that might be needed from our departments and making sure that they can handle whatever may be coming this way. So if you guys want to start, PD, and tell us how you feel about it, and we'll go from there.
If you don't mind, I'm going to stand. Members of the
Been
planning
sitting
board,
long enough?
good evening. Sir?
You've been sitting long enough?
I've been sitting long enough. I sit an awful
Time
lot.
for seventh inning stretch, I think.
Here we go.
Yeah.
We'll stand. First off, thank you for allowing me to speak. And I just want to publicly say to the team over here from Arcadian Solutions and Mr. Pollock's firm and whatnot, so far our experience in dealing with them has been very cooperative, collaborative, and so far smooth sailing. The questions that always arise when something like this comes up that we have seen over the years is, what is the impact to public safety? Well, when we first heard this come to be back in January at one of the budget town council meetings, when they were talking about changing the zoning to allow the word hospital to come in this part of town, thereafter, within several days, the deputy chief and I got our team together of 6 lieutenants, and we thought about what this impact could be. We've been working on this for a couple months behind the scenes. We know what those impacts could be. We've been working on them. We have plans in place for those impacts. And as you had mentioned, the Elliott Hospital emergency room, they do have Manchester Police Department there on a detail to provide safety for patients and for staff. So my guess there is that they had somebody who was in need of some restraints and called the police for whatever reason. But
Just to be clear, that's a paid detail.
Manchester, yeah. So that's how Manchester conducts their business. And again,
Right.
I always say this, I don't care what Manchester does. I don't care what state police does. All I care about is our town. This is what you folks pay me to do and have me in the position to do is think of these things. So I like to forecast. I get all these things figured out. I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to come. But I just want to reiterate again that so far we've been having great dialogue. I think what has been discussed on limited scope with the MOU is fine with me. That's out of my wheelhouse. But what I can tell you folks is that we are on it. We're working together as a team. and I don't see any issues at this moment.
Do you have any idea what an anticipated level of calls, if you will, to a facility like this looks like?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's a good question. So generally speaking, when anything new comes to town, we try to see what the impact would be, what types of calls for service. We all talk about when new apartment buildings get built, what's the impact going to be on the schools, things of this nature. So in any hospital like the Elliott, any hospital such as this, anything like a Home Depot. When Home Depot came to town, same traffic issues we talked about before, the traffic issues. We knew back then we're going to have accidents in parking lots, we were going to deal with thefts, we were going to deal with loss prevention, trying to prevent somebody leaving, them being assaulted by someone stealing from them. We understand those things come. We understand that there's medical calls that happen. It's the same thing with this facility. I don't know the extent of what calls for service are going to come, but as it was touched on lightly earlier, anything can happen from assaults to 911 hangups to parking lot crashes and other issues that arise in any business of this magnitude.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for the chief?
I do. What questions do you wish you were asked? What would you like to cover that might not have been asked by the board?
I don't actually have one, sir, at this moment from the board that hasn't been asked. Again, we've been working behind the scenes here on this for some time now, so I think we're all on the same page, and all the questions I have had have been diligently asked, and I'm satisfied to this moment with the response.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you,
So-
Chair.
No problem, thank you. And so, just to confirm, and obviously we have a very limited scope on this MOU, as Kelly has talked about, but you are comfortable with the direction that this has been moving in, and they've been very supportive to and open to dialogue to what's been discussed.
That is correct, Mr. Chair, absolutely.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for the chief? Great.
Well
Thank you.
answered.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
If we could have a representative from the fire department come up as well?
Good evening.
Mr. Johnson, how are you, sir?
Good, and you? I don't like to speak for my chief, but I'd like to just reiterate pretty much some of the same wording that the police said with the MOU. I haven't been personally involved in that, but I know our chief has been working with them, and he's happy with the progress. As far as what I have dealt with the developers, we've had multiple meetings, Zoom meetings, things like that. They have been very forthcoming, very easy to work with. Any concern we had has been addressed very quickly. They've been more than willing to work with the fire department on whatever our needs are. As you were discussing, like call volume, Assistant Chief Fred Heinrich did do some research about other facilities around the area of this size and this nature. What he came up with is, on average, those facilities have about 2 calls a month, whether it be a medical call, a fire alarm activation, something like that. So it's not a huge burden on the department. I mean, obviously, any call volume added on is a burden, but it's not like some of the apartment complexes where we're there, 60, 70 times, within a month,
Absolutely.
So it's not, what we're looking at in comparison is not going to be a big burden on the department. They have been very willing to work with us. Like I said, any questions we had have been answered very thoroughly. And it seems like a facility, that at least in the planning stages, they're willing to work with us on all the needs for the town, what we look at on the fire department side.
Thank you. So, 2 calls a month, you said 2 calls a month?
Correct.
So it's 24 calls a year. What's your call volume right now?
Our call volume right now, last year was 4,444.
Who's counting, right?
Yeah.
So you're looking at less than 1% if
Correct.
my math serves me right. Thank you, Brian, and I think to your point, facilities like this would probably see the police department more often than they would see the fire department. Whereas when we get into things, bigger multi-unit developments, residential development, stuff like that, I'm sure that's where you really see
That we
call
see a
volume
much
start to-
larger impact.
Absolutely, absolutely. Does anybody have anything for Chief Johnson?
I'll ask the same question if I can.
Absolutely.
Any questions that you wish you were asked or anything that you'd like to add?
Not really, because like I said, we have had a very open line of communication with them. Anything that we have addressed, they have answered quickly, thoroughly. So everything that we've come up so far, and like I said, there's always the unknown. We don't have this type of facility in town, so there's always going to be questions coming down the line. But so far, anything that we've had, they've been very willing to answer, and even if like minor changes, they're willing to work with us. And also, because this is a hospital, the state fire marshal's office will also be involved in the plans review process, inspection process, and licensing for them as well.
So if I hear you correctly, you would say that the responsiveness has been very high.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank
Great.
you.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We are going to open up the public hearing now. Like every hearing we have, we give the public an opportunity to come up and speak, so I will open up the hearing. Anybody want to come up? How you doing, sir?
Good evening. My name is Dave Robbins, 532 Mammoth Road, Londonderry. Couple of quick questions. So there's an expansion possibility for this for 192 beds? Is that what I heard? We're
I
starting
believe-
off at 144,
Correct.
potentially
So
190.
right now, it is 144, but if you look at the
Okay.
plan, if you're looking down on the plan, I believe it's kind of the left side of it, there is a wing
Okay.
to expand.
So will Arcadia and Solutions Health be doing any kind of community services with this? Is there any community outreach to the homeless for addiction counseling, things of that nature? Or is this really going to be kind of for-profit? This is where folks in need of mental health care from emergency rooms with insurance or money will go to. Is there any kind of community outreach involved in this?
I'd like to have you just, so we don't have two of you up here at once, if you could go
Yep.
through your questions.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
I'll
absolutely.
have them answered after that.
Okay. So I have a few concerns. And as torn as I am about this project, I agree completely. We need that mental health, expand mental health. We need better services in New Hampshire, which actually becomes a much larger problem. One of my first concerns is the location. Although I like it, it's kind of in a commercial area. It's separated. It's not an area that I think needs a lot of law enforcement interaction for the most part. There's a lot of manufacturing and things like that. It goes to bed at night and there's nobody out there really. So is this going to be an area now that's going to need a patrol? Because this is pretty far removed in the far northeast corner. So, again, I know we talked about Hampstead Hospital being kind of apples and oranges. I get it. It's the same but different. It represents a potential strain on the community depending on what it's going to do to emergency services, to law enforcement, and how it's handled. So as I'm watching the stuff with Hampstead Hospital, I started asking myself, why do we have such an issue with this? So there was a woman that was interviewed on WMUR, and she was leaving Hampstead Hospital because she had a master's degree as a mental health counselor, and she was making $55,000 a year. I don't know where she lives, right? I mean, that's kind of a problem. So I started digging into it a little bit, and so although maybe she was new, but still the average pay for a mental health counselor with a master's degree in the state of New Hampshire is $65,000. It's $10,000 less than the national average. And, we don't have a cheap, cost of living around here, I think, as we all know. So I'm not sure where the employees are going to come from. And when it comes to securing the building, that makes it even worse because they're paid less. Security's, doesn't make you any money. Let's remember, this is a for-profit institution. This is a for-profit company. Security doesn't make you any money, so that's always the first place that gets cut. So I would be careful about that.
so I don't think we need to reevaluate the wheel when we're talking about this facility, right? I mean, Arcadia's a big company. You know, they got 250 plus locations in 39 states. Has law enforcement, fire, EMS reached out to other communities serviced by Arcadia and found out what kind of member of the community are they? Do they have a big strain on services? What are those strains on services? What were the after effects? Did we need additional training for our first responders that are showing up there? Do we need additional equipment? You know, I mean, these are all things that when we look at the project on the outside, you know, it looks great. It's really tax positive until 5 years down the road, and all of a sudden we realize we have 3 new law enforcement officers, 3 new paramedics, you know, and we've had to add all these other services to the community. And I think as we've seen, you know, from the prior, you know, the traffic control before, eventually we hit the wall, right? And someone's got to pay the bill. The bill comes due. So I think we need to address this. In the worst case scenario, not properly staffed, this could become a burden on Londonderry, you know, and in the worst case, I could even see this becoming an issue where it becomes a problem for recruiting law enforcement. I mean, Londonderry PD's done a great job recruiting officers in a difficult hiring environment in the last few years. You know, if we start introducing things that, you know, maybe someone looks at and says, this is a problem in Londonderry. I see it on the news anymore. I might not want to work there. You know, so, you know, in closing, I think we need to be careful. Again, Arcadia is a big company. 250 plus locations, 39 states, $7 billion in market capitalization. They're not going to answer to the town of Londonderry once this is built. They answer to stockholders and a board of directors. So we need to make sure that we get out ahead of this. If we need additional services, let's address it before it's approved. Let's address it before we get going. Because afterwards, we're not going to be able to do it. So, thank you for your time, guys. Appreciate it.
See, I see one of our town councilors here. I'm going to let him talk in a minute. I think he's going to be able to answer a few of your questions. And then the gentleman from Acadia Health, I saw you shaking your head up and down when he was talking, so I'd like to have you come up after that. Mr. Farrell?
So, John Farrell from the Town Council. As the person leading that negotiation on the MOU, yes, we have taken all of that into consideration. Yes, we have asked all those questions. Yes, we have all that information. Yes, we have taken it very seriously. Yes, we believe the same thing. We have to negotiate it now, not later. So the answer to all your questions is yes.
Sir, if you could come up, I believe it was on,
Outreach.
Yeah.
Outreach and
It had to do with patient outreach.
Mr.
Community
Chairman,
outreach.
Members of the board, Miles Kramer from Acadia Healthcare. Patient outreach and kind of community involvement is a huge part of every one of these hospitals. So behavioral health is not just local, it's very much relational. And the foundation of this hospital will be a lot of the staff that are currently at the Elliott in Southern New Hampshire coming into this new hospital, bringing with them their experience in the community, their place in the community, and that community culture. Very formally, we do a lot of integration with schools as far as teen suicide prevention and education around mental health issues, identification with caregivers for children and adolescents. This facility will have a child and adolescent unit. We do the same thing with older adult outreach agencies, things like Area Agency on Aging, and however that's configured in this community. We will work with law enforcement and first responders every day. And so not only do we kind of offer support and training for them and for their families, but we are committed to being the partner that they need. Obviously, when you have a bunch of folks in the community that are in a place that's getting care, we are going to need some of their resources. And so we are committed to being that partner, not that drain on those resources. I think additionally, it's important to point out that we have a big facility here that has a lot of ability to do other things. We have a gym facility that often hosts community events, not just things like 12-step meetings, but often things like 12-step meetings or other community events that are kind of on topic. We'll maybe rent out that facility. We usually donate it out, but may use the facility as part of the community resources in addition to the staff that we have. We want to attract a higher level of mental health professionals that may do training at the area hospitals or may do teaching in the community, may have private practices where they're serving other types of patients that the facility serves. But to wrap it up, I think you can't do behavioral health without working with all sorts of different folks, whether that's a pastor leading a small 12-step group in the basement of their church, all the way through other agencies that provide counseling and drug and alcohol services and residential services, and everything that's out there will be kind of a connection point for the hospital.
Thank you. Anything?
No, well, in that regard, are you going to put lanes around the track and starting blocks so when I go there and train, I can get all the way around the building and know how far I've gone?
So
don't answer that
we really
question.
should have brought
Don't
this
answer the question.
That's actually going to be
Please
an
don't answer.
F1 motorcycle track.
Please don't answer.
That's kind of one of the things we'll do. Yeah.
That's not in the MOU.
Welcome to run.
Yeah. And I will say before we move on to more public comment, back to some of the things you've said, that's why we have police and fire here, to make sure that they are comfortable with everything that's going on. They're comfortable with how Acadia's worked with them. You've heard from Mr. Farrell, who's been working directly involved in this MOU. And, you know, I'm pretty comfortable saying we're certainly in the right direction, given what you know, the leadership of our two departments have said that, hey, they're comfortable.
So I guess, I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. Like I said, this is a big company. They serve a lot of other communities.
Yep.
So, I mean, if we talk to those other communities, you get an idea of, you know, what the impact is going to be.
Absolutely.
Right? So, like I said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The wheel exists. We just need to go get it.
Absolutely. Chief, I see you
I
standing
can
up.
promise you that your chief has done everything that you've suggested and has done an outstanding job, and his staff has done a detailed investigation and has turned over every rock and asked every question.
Okay.
Chief?
So in our research, we reached out to communities that Arcadia has facilities in that are of like size to ours to find out those numbers, those 2 calls a month, to get that data. Because if we looked at communities bigger than ours, then the impact obviously is different. So we looked at their facilities that were in communities of our size to figure out exactly what that impact would be, to then be able to say this is how it would affect us in doing our research.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Back to the public, if anybody has anything else.
Question, what's an MOU?
If you could just come up.
That's all I want to ask.
Is that it? Kelly, could you refresh us?
Memorandum of understanding.
A memorandum of
So, an
understanding. Yeah. John, do you have anything you want to add to that?
I'm just hanging out here, figure if there's any more.
Sure. Anything else from the public? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I will bring it back here to the board. Lynn, I know you said you wanted to wait to hear public comment. Curious if you had anything else you wanted to add to it, or you're good? Okay.
Jake, I just have one question.
Yep.
I'm not sure who would answer this. What's the percentage of males versus females in these hospitals?
I didn't see that one coming.
I noticed the basketball courts, that's why.
Yeah. Well, there are also volleyball courts. I don't have that data at hand. We basically think of the world as half male and half female, and our patient population is about the same. We don't anticipate in this unit, in this hospital, having like a mom-baby program. We do have some of those out there where obviously those are all females. The units tend to be divided kind of on the hallways by men and women. We don't have men's only women or men's only units or women's only units. We keep them separated by the hallways, and then operate those units separately based on men down this hall, women down that hall.
You can't say that there's more of one sex than the other, and typically?
So it's interesting because this is information you don't want. It changes by age. You tend to see higher utilization of behavioral health services among adolescent girls than adolescent boys, and about equal in adults, and much higher in older adults among women than men, just because women tend to stick around longer than we do.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah,
Little
that's
off the site
fine.
plan, so I
Perfect.
think I'll leave it off at
I'm
that.
just going to add, Mr. Chair, if you will, then that's consistent with what we're currently delivering now, which is the diverse population.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. Anything else from the board? We've got some waivers we need to work on here, CUP, and then I think we need to make a decision on our application here. So if we could go through the waivers.
You want to do them as a group or do them
I think since
individually?
we did the last one individually, just to keep our practice here the same, we should do the same here.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board approve waiver number 1, in that granting the waiver will not create any substantial detriment to the public.
I have a motion from Lynn,
Second.
second from Art. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the amendment, the waiver, excuse me, passes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board approve waiver number 2, with the understanding that the waiver may be granted without substantial detriment to the public.
I have a motion, I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Second from Jeff, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And waiver number 2 passes.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that the planning board approve waiver number 3 with the understanding that approving the waiver will not create substantial detriment to the public good.
Motion, looking for a second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Waiver number 3 passes.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board approve waiver number 4 with the understanding that approving the waiver will not create substantial detriment to the public good.
I have a motion, looking for a second.
Second.
Second from Jeff, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the waiver passes. All right. We have a CUP on here. I
Mr.
would be
Chair?
looking for a motion for that.
Mr. Chair?
Is there a 5?
I have four waivers.
It's just 4 waivers.
Yeah.
What about the tree one?
That was
That was number 4.
Yes.
Okay, mine says 5. All right. Sorry.
Must have another bird.
We got a printed one. Thank you. No, not a problem.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant approval of the conditional use permit for approximately 3,300 square feet of wetland buffer impact for the construction of an approximately 89,000 square foot behavioral health hospital, along with associated site improvements.
A motion from Lynn, looking for a second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Also note the Conservation Commission has recommended it.
Thank you. And the CUP is approved. All right. We are down to our site plan here. We do have a recommendation on a continuance. You know, part of me came in here thinking there was a continuance for this. John, I saw you shaking your head up and down a lot. I think you feel comfortable on what was the biggest item on this list here. I would like some input from the board. You know, you said you were a little uncomfortable with it. If you want to elaborate more, and then
Well, I didn't
we can
hear
look for a
from the
motion.
fire department or the chief of police or, you know, the council. So
Okay.
I'm more comfortable with it now.
Great, fantastic. I would be looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board approve the site plan.
I have a motion from Lynn. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
And
Second from Jeff.
follows precedent conditions.
Yes.
All that
All that good, all the good jazz and, yeah.
Okay.
All the good jazz inside of our staff recommendation.
So that's a conditional approval?
Yep.
Conditional approval.
Yes. I've got a second from Jeff. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the application is approved. Thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you. Kelly, thank you for typing in.
Can we take a quick 2 or 3 minutes? Yes. Yeah, of course. So we're gonna take a couple minutes to stretch our legs, go to the bathroom, and then we'll be on to the next site plan.
See ya. Good night.
Jake, you need to unassign me and.
Yes. I can absolutely do that.
What do you do to erase Tony?
All right, we are
Better
going
than
to
Been erased.
continue here. I'd like to make a note that Jason is back as a voting member. Mr. D is back as an alternate. Where is my site plan? Here we are. And we are on a public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan and conditional use permit to construct a one-story office and laboratory building along with associated site improvements. 58 Wentworth Ave, 3 Burton Drive, map 14, lots 44-21, 44-22, zone industrial 2. Burton Government LLC is the owner, and Ryan Companies US Inc. is the applicant. And let me just get my next page here. I gotta go through our memos. I am going to be looking for completeness and how the board feels on this application for completeness.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are 2 outstanding checklist items. If the board decides to accept the application as complete, these items should be waived for acceptance purposes only. First waiver request, or excuse me, the first outstanding checklist item was the applicant has not provided utility clearance letters for water services under the application per checklist item 11.5.E. Second was the applicant has not provided the plan notes on sheet 2 to indicate the percent green space per checklist item 41H.
Thank you. Board, I'm looking for one way or the other on this, on if we would like to accept this for completeness only, or if we want to.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion that we grant the 2 waivers for acceptance only.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Jason. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed. We will consider this application complete for acceptance purposes only, and those will become a condition of approval. All right, gentlemen,
All right.
the floor is yours.
Jason
Motion for
Lopez.
completeness?
Oh, I just did that.
That was for the waivers.
You're good.
For
No, I'm
completeness.
good. We did a motion for completeness to accept them as,
You waive them for
we
completeness
waived them for completeness.
and accept
Okay,
it as
do all
complete.
that together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
Hope it's clarified.
the floor is yours.
Jason Lopez, Keach Nordstrom Associates. Gonna introduce real quick, let Nick speak, and just kind of introduce his role in the project.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jason, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for having me. So my name's Nick Koch. I'm a construction project executive for Ryan Companies. So Ryan Companies, we're a general contractor, developer, headquartered out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. So ultimately, we're a 4th-generation company, been around for about 85 years, and we are the design builder for this project. And so we felt it was important to make an appearance here tonight. We've had a few virtual meetings with staff, but we wanted to really come out here so everyone could kind of put a face to the name of Ryan Companies and a face to the name for the project. So thanks for having me, Jason. I'll turn it back over to you.
So you can stay here, or you want to sit
I'll let
back
you
there
I'll let
and-
you answer the hard questions.
Okay. I'll call on them if needed. So as was mentioned, the property is 58 Wentworth Ave and 3 Burton Drive. It's right diagonally across intersection from Stonyfield Farms. It is 2 vacant lots that will be combined into 1 lot of create 7.4 acres. Lots are located in the Industrial 2 zone. They are seeking to develop the site with a 50,900 square foot office and laboratory building. These are both permitted uses in that zone. In general, the slope of the land slopes to the north to an existing drainage pond along Burton Drive. We had site wetlands were flagged, survey located. Soil mapping was complete. We conducted soil borings across the property. All the wetlands on the property are under a ½ acre, therefore no wetland setbacks on site, just the wetland bodies themselves.
We did conduct a review of the Natural Heritage Bureau database, and it revealed 5 threatened and endangered species. Knowing the scope of the project and dealing with alteration of terrain and the Wetlands Bureau, we contracted with GZA and had a wildlife biologist look at the site, and they worked out an agreement with New Hampshire Fish and Game. New Hampshire Fish and Game has issued their requirements for the project, and we have noted all those on the cover sheet. One of the more complicated species to address was the New England cottontail rabbit. Part of that negotiation with Fish and Game, a fee will be paid to Fish and Game to cordon off the site prior to development, and they will trap and relocate the rabbits, and the applicant is required to pay that. That fee for that service is going to be $4,212. So the tenant requirement for this site was a 50,900 square foot space, 94 parking spaces, include 6 electric vehicle parking spaces, and they needed to have an 8-foot high anti-climb security fence surrounding the facility. The building will be served by underground utilities. Sewer is served by a gravity system that will connect into Wentworth Ave. Water connection will be made into Wentworth Ave. The water system will supply both domestic and also a fire suppression system. Worked with the fire department for a building connection on the front of the building, and also a hydrant located the proper distance from that connection. The site will have gated access in communication with the fire department. They have a click-to-enter communication system on their trucks to be able to activate the gate. So coordination between the tenant security team and the fire department will take place, so fire department has access in.
Can I stop you real quick? Brian, you have anything on that?
No, that's why I was saying those are my concerns, and these are really questions.
Great, thank you, Brian.
Drainage is handled by a closed drainage system leading to a wet pond for mitigation and treatment, and will meet the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services alteration of terrain requirements. That permit has been filed. We have received our first round of comments. We've addressed those comments, and we are awaiting any further comment or hopefully our permit soon. There are 2 dumpsters. Kelly, if you could go to the site plan, probably the 3rd sheet in.
Kelly, can you turn that screen on as well, or John, please?
Turn it what?
Or make it so I can show 'em.
I don't think John knows how to.
It's all right.
Asking the wrong guy. You can't.
The far left.
Is that one of those computer things?
Thank you. Good work, John.
Thank you, John.
No problem.
Learn a new skill every day.
Gonna keep me awake. He's here all night.
That's it. So looking at the site plan there, you can see the building is towards the rear of the property. Off to the right side of the building, out behind the loading docks, we've got 2 dumpster pads located out there. Those will be the only outside storage on the site. We also have 2 larger generators off the back right corner of the building. There are 2 loading docks you see on the right side of the building. One is a 4-foot dock they'll be able to back up to. The other is a ramp up into the building. The design vehicle for this site is a 26-foot box truck, medium-duty box truck. One truck will be parked on the site out by the loading docks. We have provided 3 spaces. They do know they will have 1 truck on site most of the time. Fence that surrounds the property, we're gonna go completely around the entire perimeter, except for that northerly-most portion, or looking at the plan, the left side. We've gonna run the fencing in a little bit because that detention pond that serves Burton Drive, we wanna keep the access open to the town so they don't need security clearance to get in every time they need to maintain the drainage pond out there. So that security fence going around the site will be 8 foot high, required to be, I think it was 3 inches off the ground, anti-climb, spikes on the top. And the back portion, there is an internal access gate that's going to be out by the loading dock. From that gate around counterclockwise to the back right corner of the building, that entire loading dock area, the fence is going to have solid panel for visibility, blocking visibility. The rest of the fence going around the property is a very fine mesh that you'll be able to see through. But it is a mesh of scale and tightness that you can't get your fingers in to climb and scale. As I stated, they have a requirement for 94 parking spaces. That will include 6 spaces for electric vehicles, 4 ADA spaces. The construction of the building, parking, and the fence will result in the filling of 16,475 square feet of wetlands. We have worked with the Wetlands Bureau. We have our comments back. We have 3 minor comments from the Wetlands Bureau. This project will pay into the Aquatic Resource Mitigation Fund. There is a fee of just shy of $120,000 to pay into that. We have been to the Conservation Commission, presented the plan, and they have recommended approval as presented. Due to security requirements for the user, landscaping in the parking field and around the parking field needs to be maintained as low shrubbery, ground cover type plants. They can't have anything blocking the view. They need to be able to see from the building out to the street, the access gate, and any tall vegetation would obstruct view. So we have a waiver dealing with landscaping. I think the last couple pages of the plan set, we have the architectural renderings. We've got some perspectives there to give you an idea what that building's going to look like. In essence, it's a concrete panel building. It is going to be 1 story. There is an internal area that is a vault section. Multiple access points around the building. With that, we are requesting 2 waivers for this project. One is for the title block on the architectural and lighting plans. The standard from the architect doesn't comply with Londonderry requirements, so we have that waiver. Then the other waiver is for landscaping. Like I said, no trees, no tall shrubs in or adjacent to the parking lot for visibility and security. So with that, I will go to the board. If there's specific questions, I will focus on that.
Okay, give me 1 second here. All right. So, come to the board, see if the board's got any questions on it. I'll go to staff first. John?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll go through the waiver requests. The applicant's requesting a waiver from Londonderry Site Plan Regulation 4.02 relating to the title block location for the building plans and lighting plans. Staff supports the waiver request. Second waiver request is from the site plan regulations 3.10.G.1, 3, and 310G3 relating to the landscape mitigation in the parking lots. Staff supports the waiver request. As Jason indicated, there's some tenant requirements to keep that low shrubs. Design review items. Item number 3, the application includes 2 separate lots. They, in order to be consolidated under the voluntary merger, that should occur prior to plan signature. Item 4, applicant indicates the New Hampshire DES sewer discharge permit, alteration of terrain permit, wetlands permit, FAA permit, sewer discharge are submitted. The applicant should also submit for and obtain all project permits, indicate the permit approval numbers, and provide copies of the permits to the planning department. Item 5, the proposed design indicates 3 retaining walls. Again, they need to, those walls are in excess of 3 feet in height, which require a design in the building and a building permit. The applicant should provide a note on sheet 1 noting the building permit shall be obtained for any retaining walls. Item 6, they are related to the construction details. Just the catch basin and the manhole details are mislabeled. They do meet our standards, however, they're mislabeled. Item 7 are comments related to the drainage analysis and the operation and maintenance plan. Item number 8 are related to the traffic information, and I'll go through that in a little more detail. The applicant should verify the DRC comments of the Planning Department, Assessing Department, Conservation Commission, the Fire Department, and the Sewer Division have been met. As far as the traffic, we'll go back to that. So again, in this particular instance, again, as I indicated earlier, there's 2 different criteria. So again, typically we sit down with the applicant. What is the numbers that this is going to generate? Then again, it's a short traffic analysis or a large traffic analysis. But we always sit down with people. That didn't occur with this one. There's history of Harvey Road. If you recall, when Loomis came in back in can't remember when it was. Loomis was circa 2019, so about 5 years ago. There was some issues again regarding, trip distribution. Where do these people go to? Where are they coming from? Because again, the impact at the intersection of Burton Drive and Harvey Road, then it goes further south to the intersection of Harvey Road and Pettingill Road. Unfortunately, we never had that meeting, so that the traffic study that was done, they followed the short traffic analysis. But again, we always, that's why we stress we need to sit down and talk about this stuff so we can always be on the same page. Right now, we're not on the same page as far as the traffic. So I don't know how much further I can explain it.
Is there a reason for it?
Practice. In the past, this here was a small generator, didn't trip into a larger traffic full analysis. We provided the short form.
But again, one of the bullets of the short analysis is we should sit down so we're all on the same page. And unfortunately, this is what happens.
Yeah, I could really ask you why there was no meeting.
We submitted in December. We've come to the point in the construction schedule that we had to go to final. We've had one design review since, understand there's staffing issues, but it came to the point that we needed to go forward with final application.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Kelly?
Just to note, Mr. Chair, that in addition to the waivers, you have an exception relating to the driveway width. The regulations allow for grant up to 36 feet wide for driveways.
Thank you. I will bring this to the board. Anybody have any comments, questions, concerns? Yeah?
Will there be any hazmat on the site?
Yes, they have internal, the tenant, I'm sure most of you are already aware through previous board discussions, is the DEA. So this is their drug lab, Northern New England Drug Lab, and
That explains
National
the fences.
Fingerprint Database. So it is a closed site, closed to the public, other than those that pass security protocol. Those on site are trained lab technicians to deal and process essentially what's confiscated material in preparation for legal process. So those on site are trained appropriately.
So no explosives or flammable materials or anything like that
I
the fire
can't,
department was
I
concerned about?
can't necessarily speak to like flammables or anything like that. They will have, the standard material data sheets for what they have on site and have their protocol in place for dealing with that. And the building is sprinkled and they have 24 hours, on-site security, 365 days a year.
Does the USG have to sign, DEA have to sign off on the plans?
Yes. The DEA right now is working on their 100% submittal for construction. So they're moving oddly fast.
What's your outlook for having them approve that?
Within the next week or two, or there's a couple things hanging out on security that need to be addressed, but their approval should be coming soon. They were looking for, midsummer start.
So is this a privately owned site leased by?
Yes, it is privately owned. The Burton Governmental LLC is a private entity.
Which is why they're gonna pay taxes.
Right.
Technically, it's not a government building.
Correct.
Thank you.
And, then they lease it to GSA.
Government building, it's a governmental. Chad, I thought I heard you, sounded like you had a question.
Yeah, more specifically, Mr. Trotter, you had mentioned that the applicant should sit down because they had a small traffic study. Is it should or shall sit down? Is it a requirement?
Is recommended.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yep. So right now, again, we're not comfortable with the traffic as is presented.
Understood. Thank you.
Giovanni?
Just to follow up on traffic, I mean, I know that it's recommended to sit down, but I remember the Loomis site coming in front of us as well, and it's determined that that Hall Road intersection is a difficult intersection. There's a lot of traffic being produced from the airport, and at the end of the day, I think we all agreed that it was a problem with the town had to address. So I'm not sure what you're gonna find any different with.
So what it'll end up doing, Johnny, is again, at least you're gonna figure out what the trip distribution is. So again, it all goes back to Pettingill Road.
But doesn't the minor traffic study show what the trip distribution is?
It should have. It doesn't.
And
that's one of the.
Ellie, could you bring up the GIS image of that site and?
I can tell you that Loomis still uses Hall Road. I live on Hall Road. That is their
Right, but I remember the whole conversation, and it was at the end of the day, it wasn't Loomis's responsibility to upgrade Hall Road, so it was
Did
the
we
town's
put a condition on
responsibility.
there that there was a no left turn lane put out there? Was there a no left turn lane put out there?
Yep.
Thank you.
So the site, you can see where Kelly has the cursor on Wentworth Ave. That lot's on Wentworth, and just the lot just to the north has got frontage on Wentworth and Burton. So Wentworth is a dead-end road. and Burton is a dead-end road. That's an industrial park. You're probably all familiar with Stonyfield is. So that industrial park, all those properties exit Burton out to Harvey. And Harvey, if you could zoom in a little more on the Burton-Harvey intersection. What's existing out there today is we have a dedicated left-hand turn for the left-hand turn movements onto Harvey. We have one lane dedicated, could be straight through to Aviation Park or right onto Harvey. In terms of the traffic counts, we looked at two uses. One was a single-tenant office building. The other use was Research and Development Center. Both are similar in their description of the use of what the DEA will generate. Weekday, we're looking at the site driveway. We're looking at 13 vehicles per day per 1,000 square feet, 50% entering, 50 exiting. Then weekday, AM, PM, we have certain factors. Then we look at that at the gross floor area. So we're looking at a factor of 50.9 thousand square feet. So weekday vehicle trips is 666 with 333 entering, 333 exiting. Weekday AM peak is 95 vehicle trips. In the AM, 85 entering, 10 exiting. PM peak, 90 vehicle trips per hour, 14 entering, 76 exiting. Now, obviously, they're all going to end up to that Burton and Harvey Road intersection. The other one that we looked, so that was for the single-tenant office building. The other one we looked at was Research and Development Center, and that was 564 vehicle trips per day. In the AM peak, 56 with 43 entering and 10 exiting. PM peak, 50 vehicles per hour, 8 entering, 42 exiting. Now, with that, both those uses are based on uses that are of public access. So you're going to have public, entering and exiting these sites in these, these standard models that were used as the example. In the case of this site, the DEA has requested 94 parking spaces. This is a closed site other than those that get through security protocol. So this is not going to be a site where people are coming and going throughout the day. This is primarily going to be the lab technicians and the staff in the fingerprint database center. For truck traffic, part of one of the Stantec comments on this was also evaluating truck traffic. You're going to have the common carriers, UPS, FedEx, bringing, I'll call it office supply, not really, a lab supply, in and out. So you'll have those common carriers, delivering to the site at random and various times. In terms of truck traffic, they've got the delivery of confiscated material that's going to be in the smaller box trucks. And that is going to be, again, very random times, but scheduled through them. This is not a building or a site where we're having tractor trailers coming in with deliveries all the time and picking up stuff and hauling away. This is stuff that's, it's scheduled on, as events happen, as they have material that's coming in, they have transport that comes in, enters the building, exits. So it's not a heavily trafficked by truck and large trucks. In one of the staff meetings, we were talking about the concern with trucks and trucks taking rights on Harvey entering a residential district. You know, these box trucks, they are owned, operated by the DEA, and we can have control over, you know, directional where they go. Common carriers, FedEx, UPS, we don't have control if they take rights out onto Harvey. So in the end, the overall, when I was looking at the total vehicle trips per day for a site of 564 and 666, that is real high, because again, we have parking for 94 staff. And it's not a public access site. So the reality of having that type of traffic generation for this site is, just by their function and security protocol, isn't going to be possible. But if you look at the peak, the peak AM and PM, that is possible. We're looking at 53 in the AM and 50 in the PM, and that's in that 2-hour window. So, you know, you're going to have office hours. Their office hours are set from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So they'll be showing up in that peak. They'll be leaving during that peak time. Now, why distribution wasn't included in this was a lot of times you're able to, you know, sometimes there's published data through Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. They have a lot of traffic counts around the town of Londonderry, and a lot of times we can turn to that information and gather good information. The closest counts were down Harvey, closest to Pettingale, but those were over 5 years old, and there was no distribution, so it was just a total count at this location. It doesn't tell you how many north, how many south. So to take distribution of what we could anticipate at Harvey Road, if we had on Harvey Road, you know, how many vehicles in the peak hour driving north and how many driving south, we could take a ratio, a percentage, and apply that to our trips out. So if it was 50% north, 50%, you know, south, and we have 50 cars going out to the Harvey Road intersection, you would apply 25 turn left, 25 turn right, based on those ratios. But the data that was collected is not only outdated, but it also does not have that distributional north-south. So you can't apply that information. The only way we'd be able to generate that is through other record, you know, applications or conducting counts.
Sure, thank you. Chad?
You might have already addressed this, but one shift, 9 to 5, roughly 9 to 5, not 24 hours to include lab workers in deliveries?
One shift, but there will be 20, you know, there may be people that work outside those shift hours, but it's a one shift operation and staff 24/7 with security.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'll let you guys go before I talk. Go.
So will there be any material disposal activities happening on site?
Material is taken, there's no incinerator on site. Materials are processed, packaged, and brought off site for destruction.
Perfect, thanks.
Mr. D?
So, I need to ask Giovanni a question.
Sure.
All right?
Absolutely.
So, you gave a previous example. Were you trying to say, if we make this applicant do a more expanded traffic study, what difference does it make? Because we can't do anything about it anyway?
Yeah.
Is that what you were trying to say? So John, what difference does it make?
I disagree, because again, the Loomis site indicated that there was the necessity for turning lanes on Harvey Road, both into Burton Drive as well as Aviation Park Drive.
And we have the ability to have the applicant pay for that kind of stuff?
Well, again, and if there's an impact, yep. You know, and again, if what Jason just recited, then this is junk. You know, that's why we sit down and we talk about where do you get the data? Because I disagree, that data is newer than 5 years old. Southern New Hampshire planning is always out there doing traffic counts,
Okay, thank you.
so.
I think if this was a manufacturing facility that had tractor trailers coming into it and all that, I would be more hesitant about it, but I'm not seeing two things. I'm not really seeing the issue with traffic. I can't see it. They've got under 100 parking spots. There's gonna be very little amount of actual heavy truck traffic to the site. So personally, I just don't see to your point, we already know what could happen. Why are we doing it again? I just don't see it. Again, if this was a manufacturing facility that tractor trailers were coming in and out of every day, I'd agree wholeheartedly and say, all right, we really gotta look at this here, but it's not. You know, you said, based off of your traffic study, that there's 555 anticipated trips in and out. You don't even have 100 parking spots. You're never gonna reach 555. It's a one-shift business. It's not, with the exception of, you know, a handful of security that's there overnight. I just don't see it. I absolutely agree with, and you would have control over it, is conditioning any truck traffic that is coming to this facility. These box trucks that are delivering stuff do not turn right out of there, and they have to go left. I think that's a fair condition. You know, we did something similar at Loomis where all the truck traffic is supposed to be turning right. Whether they are or not, again, that's out of the planning board, and that's the code enforcement. But personally, I don't know. I can't see the issue here with what's there for traffic. I mean, there's not gonna be. It's just not gonna be.
So as we're talking about a leasehold building that could change use. My understanding is when we have a change of use, then we open it all up again and we have a chance to revisit traffic at that time. If it does turn into manufacturing, if it turns into whatever, we have a second bite of the apple, as it were, so.
I'd probably ask the applicant, how long is your lease term?
That's what I was just asking Nick. It's 20 years.
So, yeah, hopefully that.
Wouldn't be the first government agency to walk away and pay the remainder of the 20, and then the owner of the site gets double payments.
Yeah, this one's.
So, but I'm just saying, wouldn't be the first time it happened. We're all aware of that, so.
Yeah, this one does have.
My comment is, we get to open it up again.
Yeah.
And revisit.
If there's a change of use, it's coming,
If it's a
exactly.
change of use.
Yep.
so that-
Regardless of ownership.
Correct, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So,
That's a good point.
I don't see it. You know, I think it's fair to condition the fact that no truck traffic should be turning right out of there. I don't know if we can put that as truck traffic in general coming out of Burton Drive, if we can do something similar with putting a sign that says, you know, commercial trucks left only. I'd love to see that. I know that's been a huge issue in the past, so I think putting a sign out there and something that we could enforce might help out a little bit.
Can we make that a condition, that the applicant
We
needs
did
to?
across the street, you
Yeah,
know?
you can-
We
you
certainly
can do
did across the street.
It's on their driveway coming out of their site onto Aviation Park Drive.
Oh, see, I was wanting it on Aviation. When we did it, I was under the impression that was on Aviation Park Drive
No,
at Harvey Road, that they are not to turn left out of there.
no, because
Has to be
again,
within their site.
It has to be within their site plan, so. Well, then that's kind of I didn't know that when we approved the last one. I would've had a different opinion. Yeah, I know, it's the past.
Well,
My biggest concern, to be honest with you, is it looks really tight in the back corner. Does the fire department have anything with turning around back there? That's the only thing that sticks out to me in this site plan is it seems tight back there, and can your truck make it?
the little tiny one.
Yeah, because he was talking about a 26-foot truck, you know?
Looking at the site plan, the way we'd come in, there isn't enough travel distance if we do pull a truck in that we wouldn't be able to back it out. If you go into the second fenced-in area where the box trucks will be, there is enough space to turn our apparatus around in there.
Great.
All right?
That's the
I got a
biggest
question.
concern I see.
Brian, have they consulted with you at all as far as hazardous materials?
They have not as of yet. Right now, it's just been site plan.
Okay.
Yeah, I would assume that comes a little bit later.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thanks.
Anything from the board? I think we should move forward here. Open it up to the public.
I was gonna say Heritage Commission didn't have much say in the design of the building because of being a governmental entity. As far as landscaping, they had some comments on that, and basically what you see was okay with them because they're very limited on what they can do.
Yep. I'll let you go before you do it.
Talking about what we had talked about earlier, where, traffic for one project, looking at things like sort of myopically versus holistically. My only concern with not having this traffic meeting is it's one piece of the equation that we don't necessarily have insight into a rapidly developing part of the town. And so if we don't have that real accurate assessment of just what this traffic is, and then something is built next to it, and then something is built across the street from it and everything else, without having all of these pieces in place, are we kind of setting ourselves up for an issue further down the line?
To that, somebody correct me if I'm wrong here. The traffic study that they've provided, this short study versus a long study, is actually showing theoretically 5 times the amount of traffic that is going to come to this site. Am I wrong about that?
For total count vehicle trips to the site, but the peak AM and peak PM hours
Are realistic.
are realistic, yes. Yeah.
So again, and you keep talking about truck traffic. Have you ever been on Harvey Road in the morning?
Oh, I sure have.
There you go.
Yep.
So again, to Jason's point, and to my point, this should be right. This should be reflect correctly. Because when we're doing a whole traffic study analysis, we need to rely on this stuff too, or do we pay somebody else to go back through it to correct it?
I guess what more are you looking?
For this to reflect what's actually happening out there and follow the regulations.
So you're saying that when you go to eventually do some off-site improvements on Harvey Road or Hall Road or what have you, you don't do your own independent traffic study?
We do, we'll do existing counts, but again, this should reflect what was proposed out there, just similar to what we have for Stonyfield Farms, what we have for Loomis.
But
what we
wouldn't
have for
your
everything
traffic
that's up
study
there.
you do and eventually do the work be more accurate than anything that you could piece together in old documents?
But this is what this is what those sites generated. So when it's similar to the study that we're looking at now for the whole full build of Pettingill Road, that's what we're doing. So right now, we've taken a wild guess of what could be coming in. This site was never even, we never envisioned this one when we did the initial study back in November.
Yeah, I'm just saying that your data's gonna be more current when you actually get to that point than putting together all the old traffic studies from different site plans over the years. So.
All right, I am going to open this up to the public. Anybody from the public? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board here. I think we've gone over this pretty well. I think we should start looking at waivers and how the board wants to vote on all this. Let me get here. If we want to take the waivers, this is the wrong one. If we want to take the waivers in which we have so far today, actually, there are none on this that don't have a recommendation, so I would take both the waivers at once.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board approve waivers number 1 and 2 in staff's memorandum, with the understanding that granting both waivers will not create substantial detriment to the public good.
I have a motion. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Second from Art. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You not opposed? The waivers have been approved. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we grant a conditional use permit to allow a permitted use in the Conservation Overlay District, and to note the Conservation has recommended approval of this.
Motion by Art. Looking for a second.
Second.
Second by Chad. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The conditional use permit is approved. And we are looking for a motion on how we want to move on the site plan.
Could you acknowledge the exception as well, Mr. Chair?
Say it again?
The exception request? Are you?
Width of the driveway?
Sorry, for the width of the
Oh,
driveway.
yes, I will acknowledge the request for the width of driveway, that's fine, absolutely. All right, how's the board want to go on this?
I'm going to follow what staff has recommended, at least have some idea of what we have for traffic out there. Because that will help.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue this application to allow the applicant sufficient time to work out the traffic details with staff.
I've got a motion from Lynn, looking for a second?
Second.
Second from Jeff.
Continuance date?
This will be continued to the, Kelly, you want to do June 12th?
To the board.
Or do we want to do the first meeting or the second meeting?
I'm happy to do the first meeting.
First meeting is June 5th.
June 5th.
Yep.
So we will make a motion to continue this to the June 5th. I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. We'll see you in a month. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone here for the last one?
Is there anyone left? Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Get the group whittled down.
All right. We have a public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan to construct a natural gas metering and regulation station along with site improvements at 104 Harvey Road, map 14, lot 12, zoned industrial 2, City of Manchester. Manchester Boston Regional Airport's the owner, and Liberty Utilities is the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, there are no outstanding checklist items. Staff recommends the board vote to accept the application as it is substantially complete and contains sufficient information to invoke the board's jurisdiction and allow the board to make any informed decisions.
Fantastic. I'm looking for a motion.
Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the application as complete.
Motion from Art.
Second.
Second from Jeff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is accepted as complete. All right, gentlemen. Oh, you're still here. Congratulations.
A good engineer.
Round 2.
All right, go ahead, gentlemen.
Jason Lopez, Keach Nordstrom Associates, joined with here Brian Frost from Liberty Utilities. I'll let Brian talk about what they're doing first, and then I'll get into more of the technical items.
Sure.
Yeah, Brian Frost, out of Liberty Utilities, New Hampshire, Liberty's New Hampshire operation. My office is in Manchester. This project, for the past 20 years, Liberty's had a pipeline from Sanborn Road. It goes adjacent to this site on the utility corridor, the old trolley line, and then it goes out on Pettingill and goes down to the power plant area, primarily serving that. This site would put an additional tap on that pipeline, because that pipeline operates at an operating pressure that's not suitable for what normal houses and businesses use gas at. So it would reduce the pressure, just like you have pressure boosting in water networks or substations in electric. It'd be that type of facility out there. Provide increased gas reinforcement due to growth in the area of usage.
Sounds thrilling.
That's my job. Has been. It's 19 years these days being involved with it. So,
What's required for maintenance on this facility?
what's required for maintenance? It's a great question. This is not going to be a manned facility, meaning an office for Liberty personnel, or an occupied site, like, you know, a manufacturing or office. But it is continuously monitored. All of the equipment, we have computer electronic gauges in security to the buildings that are continuously monitored by our gas operating center in Londonderry. And then we'd visit the site at a minimum once a month. That's what we visit these types of sites. Do an in-person survey of the equipment and facility, make sure that the fence line is secure. Then at least once per year, the work could be spread out. I authored a traffic has been a concern tonight. I authored a traffic letter, because this isn't something that you could look up in the Institute of Traffic Engineers Handbook, what our actual use is. Approximately 6 days per year, we'd have people out there.
Well, you're gonna need to have a left-hand turn sign then.
We did put a driveway.
Sorry, my meds are wearing off.
No, that's a good, one of the design choices in the site was to have a driveway and a small parking area to allow our workers, instead of, we do have sites that are constrained in the company where they gotta drive the service van and just park alongside the road. This allows, pull the service van off the road, turn it around inside the site, exit with no backing out there. So that's kind of what the traffic and how often somebody be out there. No permit, the lighting there is switch operated lighting. Liberty wouldn't be typically out there at night unless we got some type of monitoring alarm that necessitated a nighttime response. So we do have lights that are fixed to the building that the workers can turn on with a switch inside the door if they need to. But we're not trying to like draw attention to the site, rather monitor it through the
Thank
security
you. Johnny
system.
Kelly, you guys have anything?
Brian, is the site similar to the site on Sanborn Road?
Yes.
For those of you that know the site on Sanborn,
Yep.
that's very similar.
Great. Kelly,
All set, Mr. Chair.
anything from the board? Open it up to the public. There's no public, I'm gonna bring it back to the board.
The question on the landscaping, you have white pine. And white pine tends to lose its lower branches. There's certain species that does retain them to some degree.
Can I close public comment real quick?
Yes.
Thank you. We're gonna close public comment. All right, go ahead.
I think it'd be quick there, Jake. Close it right away so we can get on to business here. Concern about that, and then also between your facility and the rail trail. What is there for, at least keeping some vegetation there?
Kelly, would you be able to go to the aerial on that site? GIS, yeah.
And the third thing is no purple lilac there.
Yeah, no purple lilac. With the landscaping, so you
So
can,
something
you
says
can,
vegetation.
yeah, that is not the rail trail, what you see right next to the lot. Rail trail is in the tree line that,
There,
yeah,
yeah.
yep. So, we will be removing trees up to the property line for construction of stormwater and installation of the fence. But you've got that little triangular piece that's vegetated between the rail trail and this site. There'll be a little bit of trees over the property line in the Eversource property right there. But Eversource has the right to cut all those down around their lines anytime they see fit. So can't guarantee that those would stay.
Ready to go home.
Couple other real quick things, you know, 0.8 acre lot, did require a special exception to put this use on this lot. They received that special exception back July 19th, 2023. There is no water or sewer connection to either of these buildings. The communication and electric are in design by the respective utilities. Do require a town driveway permit and town stormwater discharge permit. There are no wetlands on the site. We did meet with Concom. They didn't have any issues. There are 3 buildings on the site. The buildings are, one of them is going to be 62 by 35, pre-engineered steel building, metal siding, low slope, standard metal roof. Another building, 30 by 25, same construction. And actually, Kelly, could you go to the site plan? I think it's the 3rd sheet. One more. There you go. So the larger building, then there's a small building on the lower part of the sheet. That's a 8x8 concrete.
Fiberglass.
Yeah. So presented to Heritage, there was no.
The larger buildings are essentially going to look like the neighboring building, the contracting company. Similar color gray, just like the neighbor.
Any
8 foot
outside
high.
storage?
What's that?
Any outside storage?
No. 8 foot high security fence going around it, chain link, barbed wire on the top, couple man gates on the back side, left side, or the north side there. You know, gated access, again, work with the fire department. They wanted Knox box, so we'll have that. 3 spaces provided interior. The entire interior perimeter will, except for the detention pond, is all going to be a stone surface. That minimizes the amount of trips they need to make out there for cutting the lawn and maintenance. So the whole idea is to keep no vegetation on the interior of the fence line, except for the grass in the detention pond. And then we wanted to keep the frontage in front of that gate area open from no vegetation, so drive-by windshield survey of the site just can show site security. And we were looking at putting the white pines, or we can substitute something else, down that southerly property line, or as you look at it on the low side, just to give some buffer to the abutter.
Kelly, can you go to page 7 real quick? What's the distance from there?
Oh.
Hmm.
80 feet.
Say it again, sir?
80 feet.
Okay. So for to Mr. Rugg's comment, 80 feet, can you put a row of 13 arborvitaes there, green giant arborvitaes?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Jake's the expert on landscaping.
Don't know a thing about it.
I actually appreciate it because, I mean, Liberty is an expert on landscape and we're happy to spec out
Perfect.
whatever's going to fit with the character.
Perfect. Anything else from the board? Fantastic. Ann?
What about the vet stone?
What?
The vet stone.
We really don't know what that is.
I can check it out.
So I contacted a archaeological company early on in that process of doing the site surveys. We don't know what it is. I sent him pictures. He sent it around to some of his colleagues. We don't know.
What's the shape of the stone?
Square.
Yeah,
About this big
it's
square.
rectangular and just has vet on it. And no, you know, because I don't know what it is. So I reached out to him, and he didn't have, none of his colleagues have seen anything like that either. So we kept 25 feet away from it. We don't know what it is. It's away from what we're developing. So worst case scenario, we meet the setback for, you know, grave sites is what we were, worst case scenario, looking at. So keep 25 feet away from it because no one had an answer.
Okay.
My research, when that came up to me as a project engineer, I did a fair amount of looking around at old records of Londonderry. At one point, there was a residential house there, I believe, that was demolished. And then there was a trolley line.
Yeah, the trolley went right
A street
through.
trolley
Yeah.
up until, was it?
Manchester to Derry.
Okay, I think we have enough information here to start making some moves on waivers and make a motion. We have got 2 waivers to work on. They're both supported, so I would entertain taking a motion on both of them at once.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board approve waivers number 1 and 2 with the understanding that granting the waivers will not create substantial detriment to the public good.
Motion from Lynn.
Second.
Second from Art. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the waivers are granted. All right. I am looking for a motion to accept or approve, I'm looking for a motion to grant conditional approval of a site plan to construct a natural gas metering and regulation station along with site improvements at 104 Harvey Road.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Fantastic.
Are you adding a condition to add arborvitae on the southerly side of the parcel?
What would I do without you? Thank you very much. If we could add that to our motion that we're changing their landscape plan to reflect 13 arborvitaes on the, I think that's the southerly side of the parcel.
I'll make, as part of the motion.
Fantastic. So we had a second?
I
Still
will,
have a second?
I will include that as part of my, part of my
Fantastic.
second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You have an approved site plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you
All
for the
right.
time tonight.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we might make it out before midnight.
We do have a conversation on rules of procedure. I'd be open to talking about it next week.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay.
I do have a comment, though, Mr. Chair.
Comment away.
I would like to make note that tonight's planning board meeting afforded 4 different times for public comment.
Thank you. Yes, it did. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I'm gonna move that. We don't need a motion on that. So I will be looking for a motion to adjourn.
So move.
All in favor?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Everybody, thank you. We are adjourned. Have a good night, folks.
Oh,